What's up, everybody? This is the poker coaching study session. Today, we're going to be looking at
Just marked hands that we played recently. But the thing I want to show first, if you were here yesterday, we were looking at one big blind, three bets. And here in my database, we get to see here's the most recent 1,000 hands where anybody bet minimum on their three bet. And over those 1,000 hands, our friends are down 900 big blinds.
Um, so is this number specific to the three better?
Yes, the three better is down 900 big blinds. That's how bad an idea this one big blind three bet is. Now,
Ah,
let's compare this to people who three bet the normal size. This is what I did last night. This is the most recent 1,000th people who three bet to a normal size in my database. In 1,000 hands, they're up $889. Not surprising. They have three
yeah,
bettable hands. They have the best hand most of the time,
very
right?
interesting. Yeah.
And then I did for fun, I also included huge. And huge is anything where they bet, 8x or more times the previous bet. And in general, these are just jams. These are all just three bet jams, usually when the person is a little shorter stacked. That's what you find here. And they're up tremendously, 2,200 big blinds.
Got it.
But this is probably because not of how it's not like I don't think you would get from this and say, so therefore we should be three betting huge. We should just take our three betting range and always jam it. I don't think that's what the lesson is. The lesson is in the situations where you'd want to three bet huge.
Got it.
Like
Yeah.
that. And if you look at if you look at the whole database, the numbers are going to go a little different. It just turns out that the tiny bet was terrible over the most recent 1,000 hands. If you look at my max hands, and this includes, the 10-cent fast game that I played when I started. So this goes back all the way to 2000 and, maybe 1999 for all I know.
This is three bet huge or three bet normal?
Three bet huge,
Okay.
1,000 hands, they're up $2,100. I mean, 2,100 big blinds. Great. Okay. The three bet normals, and I'll put our this is the whole thing. So this is going to be, we're going to see 2,800. I mean, we're
Your
going to see
fancy Apple is doing a lot of crunching.
it is doing a lot of crunching because it's looking through, I don't know, 500,000 hands, a million hands,
Yeah,
like that. But it'll get there in a second.
it'll get there.
And while it does that, I'll show you the
There
results.
it is.
Oh, it's
very
there.
good.
No, oh, did it get there? No, it didn't. Okay, here we go. I will show
There it is.
this. I'll
Now
show
you
you.
got it.
So, okay, here we go. So this is 46,000.
81,000.
This is 46,000 normal three bets. And this is not me. This is everyone else who did it.
No.
And they're up 81,000 big blinds. So 200 big blinds per, they're in just under 200, 170 big blinds per 100. This is great.
So I've got a question for you here.
Yes.
So it's clear that three betting is profitable.
Yes.
However,
Yeah.
this makes me question an adjustment I have made live. We have discussed where I have chosen to become much more linear with my three betting range live because I get lots of callers.
Then that's what you do. There's no reason to be polar if you're getting called all the time.
Yeah. I mean, if we're not generating folds with our king six suited three bet, then
don't
I
do it.
think we just discard that. Is that still seem reasonable?
Yes, there's only two axes on that, in my opinion. One is consider three betting larger and seeing if you then get polar behavior from your opponents.
Yeah.
And if you don't, then be even more linear and larger.
Yeah.
If you're not getting folds, you don't go polar. That's my opinion.
That's something Mike picked up on me a couple weeks ago, that I used to use very standard three betting sizes, but I certainly have changed that now that I've started playing live.
Yeah. And today I'm going to show you some just ridiculous sizings when we get to my hands. So those were the gross numbers from the database. And take a look at here, 4,000 min three bets, and they're down 2,000 big blinds.
Yeah,
That's how
that's,
bad this min three bet strategy is. Now,
don't do it, kids.
right now, if you say to yourself, oh, maybe they're min betting a worse range. Okay. Maybe that's what's going on. I haven't done the comparison because I didn't find a way to automate. So I have, like, I could take to sort of output these 3,000 hands and have it make it into a range chart. I'd have to do it by hand, and I wasn't going to do it for 3,000 hands. And so when I started to do it by hand for this, I read them through out loud to my wife. I was saying, these are the hands they played. Because I thought maybe, because I started to think, oh, they got some weak hands when I looked at this. But when I said it out loud and I said the strong hands, normal, and I said the weak hands with a question mark, like, why is this? And I said the medium hands, like, oh, that makes sense. I started to realize the range that they three bet tiny was fucking strong. It doesn't look like when you hear, but when you listen to it, you go 9-8, king 10, ace ace, 8-8, 10-10, ace jack, 6-3, 7-7, 5-5, king king, ace ace, 9-9, queen 10, ace 10, ace 7, ace 10, queen 10, ace 9, ace ace, ace ace, ace king, queen queen, king king, 8-8, king 10 suited, ace ace, queen queen. It was just in this beginning section. We had these, and I kept going through this. These were strong ranges.
I wonder, Scotty,
Yeah.
if so there's 3,900 hands here.
Yeah.
And you sorted by hole cards. So it'll put
Oh, I
all
sort
your,
by date here. If I sort by hold cards, I'll give you a
so yeah. So
Watch.
if you sorted by
Yeah.
hole
We'll just do
cards,
100 and sort by hold
and
cards.
then you could and then you could see all the aces, all the ace kings, all the kings, all the queens, and then all the rest of the crap below it.
Right. So
And you
that's
could get a
just
percentage wise in terms of the total number of hands.
the problem with is if I do that by hand for the 3,000, I have to be sort of counting the screens, and that's really hard to count. You can
Yeah,
estimate that
I
there's
was thinking if you selected like the top ace ace there and then shift select the bottom ace ace, does that give you a number anywhere?
let's find out.
You know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely. Let's see if it does that. No, it doesn't. But here's a quick way to look at it. If I would look at just 100 hands, so now we're going to see out of 100 hands, so we're going to get, that's only going to be 3 screens worth. So the top third, ace 10
Yeah.
off, look at how
8% of them are aces.
right. So there. So we go to there. Now we run down that ace 10 offsuit there. Okay. So there, this is the next screen. A full screen of aces here with a little bit of this garbage there. That's how, below ace 10, only this many suited and offsuit. Then our king kings, got some king kings and king queen suited. How many bad kings did we see? 1, 2, 3, 4 compared to good kings. Queens. There's our, looking at our queens section. Let me scroll down the queens and then we'll get the end of it. There we go. Because queens are the end of it. So get me up a little bit. Can you scroll this up? You can see that's it's a little hard it's unwieldy to do this. So I'll do it this way and then we'll go on. So notice in your queens, all good, one, here's, little middling, but look at how dense this is in queen, queen compared to queen 10 offsuit, compared to the real world of hands. So if you're facing a queen, half the time it's queen, queen or queen jack suited for the queen highs. That's a pretty good queen range. Look at your jacks. They're all jack, jack, and jack 10 out of these 100. The 10s are all good. And then here at the bottom, that's how much nonsense we found. Not a lot of nonsense. It stood out when we saw that 9-8 suited and the 9-3, the 9-8 offsuit and the 9-3 suited go, oh, this range is filled with garbage. It's really not. And yet, this range earned, okay, so these guys were up here. In the most recent 100, they were up, but in the most recent 1,000, they were down. So this is a bad strategy. And just to give you this little thing here, I took the whole database and I categorized it by the player size. So we didn't get the nonsense $5 game that I started with and stuff. So this is NL 100, NL 200, NL 100, NL 50, and NL 25. This includes 6-max, 9-handed, and this includes the fast game if I played it. And the tiny bet, so you see here, the huge bets are the highest ranging, except for in this little anomaly here in the 25, because that's what hand that people were willing to jam. Your normals give you this, and the worst thing, and going tiny is bad. There's an anomaly here in the NL 100 tinies. But how many NL 100 tinies do I have in the database? Let's see. And then we'll be done. NL 100 tiny, there's only 200 of them. So there just aren't enough. Oh no, sorry. Yeah, there's only 200 hands. So 179. So it's not really enough to get something. All right. That's just a wrap up from yesterday. And the message is that they're not playing a shit range with the min 3-bet. Don't expect that. Expect a 3-betting range here being played badly, and expect that that's a bad way to play it. Don't do that. All right. Marked hands. Who's got something?
Guess what
I got
did this
hands, but
weekend?
it sounds like you had some really interesting hands too.
We'll do mine later. Mike, what did you say?
I said, guess what I did this weekend?
You played live.
I played live.
All right, let's see it. Any notes?
I marked some hands. I don't think they're really all that super interesting, but
Let's start with your live.
it was a fun experience, listening to you guys play and seeing some of the stuff that goes on.
Excellent.
Were you playing in the evening?
Take the screen.
It was in the evening. Yep.
Did you get the drinkers?
No, there was not any like drunk maniacs or anything like that. They were just really passive, fishy players.
What stake?
It was 1-3 at a
Yeah.
Horseshoe Casino in St. Louis.
Nice, man. Let's check out those hands.
The Limp Fest. The non-3-betting. The calling raises from the field.
Yes, it was
My
all of that.
favorite.
The
My
calling-
favorite.
Yep. The calling the big blind because you're getting pot odds with 9-7 offsuit.
Or worse, yeah.
Yeah.
I think the hardest decisions I had, and which is fine, great. Wasn't faced with any tough decisions or anything, was whether I should ISO with Jack 10 off on the button or King 9 off in the small blind to like 2 limpers and stuff like that. I was like, geez, should I start playing these hands?
I don't think so.
No, I mean, yeah, I didn't, but I was like, it
I
was
bet.
so bad, the hands they were showing down.
Yeah.
I make
Um,
one rule, like if they're deep, then I will do it against 2 players. If they're short, then I don't do it with trash.
Yeah, very much so. If they're short, they will go with one pair.
Yeah, and
Yes.
I had that happen a couple times with the shorter stacks.
Yep.
Being involved.
I played last night. I got a hungry horse alarm on my table,
Yeah, I saw the note from that.
and he punted it off, in my opinion,
All right. So
in another hand.
all right. So let's take a look at Mike's hands.
Okay, so let's see here. I don't remember what order I put these in. It was also interesting because I'm not used to managing other stacks at the table, even managing my own stack. I'm used to just seeing the number.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the
So
toughest part.
yeah, that was difficult. Knowing the pot size, that sort of thing was challenging for me.
Mm-hmm.
Still challenging for me, frankly.
Yeah.
so we got a limp. There was a young guy here, but you could tell he was inexperienced because I remember when he sat down, he didn't know what to do with his chip rack, and he only had a short stack and kind of asking a lot of questions.
Mhm.
There was an older Asian sitting next to me here. At this point in the time, I could tell that they were calling station type players. This older Asian was probably in the like richer too, like had money, but he had a short stack. He had never had a stack more than 150, which is like 50 big blinds.
Right.
Anyway, so we queen jack suited on the button. Um, did ISO here
Good.
and got called in both places by the short stacks.
Mhm. And your ISO size there, while it's bigger than poker coaching standard, is perfectly fine. And to these guys is not even that big because in a 1-3 game, it's not uncommon for the opening size to be 15.
Right, that was pretty much the case. I did not deviate really. Like I didn't start making my open sizes to be 5x. I kind of
Mhm.
stuck to 3x.
Yeah.
Um, I
Yeah.
probably could have, raised my premiums and nobody would have gave two shits about it. And
I think you should, but it's perfectly fine to start with
yeah,
this. Yeah.
You should deviate, like,
I think
yeah,
but like you said, they don't give a shit. So like, it doesn't matter if you have a weaker hand like this, you could raise a little smaller. If you have a stronger hand like kings, you could raise like slightly bigger.
Yeah.
It would not make a difference. They don't.
Uh,
All they
yeah.
care, they're only playing their hands. You just need to figure out their range, and then you could just like exploit the shit out of them.
Uh-huh. Yeah. And unfortunately, I never did have an opportunity to be like I never wound up with aces or kings and being like,
Right.
oh, I'm gonna, size up here. I just
Yeah.
never had the opportunity. In fact, when I ISO'd, it was mostly like, stuff like this, like nothing
Yep.
super premium, but
Yep.
but we got these calls. Okay.
Oh,
Great.
And so then we get this short stack donks into us
Right.
and a call. This is where I think I made a mistake.
yeah. Did you jam?
No, I actually just folded, and I wasn't sure because of their short stacks if I should just take this equity and just run with it.
You
What?
should you
You
should
should at least call.
you should call there's no I don't think there's you can jam with it, but you don't need to. But you should call this. You're just getting the right odds.
Yeah.
Yeah, just call. You're beat. There's no doubt you're beat. And if you jam, there's no doubt you're getting called, and you're gonna get called in almost definitely both places.
And again, this is the fold equity calculator. You could jam and get called 100% of the time, and have it not be a losing play.
Yeah, you're fine here.
Yeah.
But I think your best play here is to call. And sometimes, let me see, are you ever gonna fold the turn on a blank when you don't improve? They're gonna be the pot's going to be 115 plus the pot's gonna be 165, and you're gonna have to call 70. Yeah. Uh and you have 9 outs, but you don't know if one of them is also on a flush draw, which is not that it never beats you, but it's 2 of your outs. But you realistically here have
How's
13.
it 9 outs?
You have how is it 9?
Yeah.
9 diamonds for the diamonds, plus you've got your 10, plus you've got your jack, and you probably don't have your queen.
That's more than
No, I know. I'm
9.
starting with a 9. I wasn't giving the total yet, Sam. I was saying you got 9 flush outs, all of which are good. None of which pair the board, but yeah, maybe one of the other people have 2 of your flush outs. Your jack out, almost always good. And your 10 is always good. And sometimes you have to split with, another queen.
Yeah, I like in these situation, I would just jam.
Yeah.
I know I don't have fold equity, but
Yeah.
like,
A jam is not bad. But here's what's wrong with a jam. I mean, a jam is not bad. And a call is fine. Here's the only thing wrong with a jam. the one hand you don't want to have fold, which probably won't, but might, is the other flush draw.
Actually, I think if you jam here, I think the flush draw will call.
I think it will too.
Yeah,
I think it
because
will
they
too.
think you're on like you have a set or you have two pair. So they actually think they have outs.
So I think they're probably calling, but if they were to fold, it would be a disaster. So that's the only reason, that's the only advantage I see of the call over the fold.
Yeah, but
Of the call over the
is
jam, the call over the jam.
yeah, this is two players, and I think I would just run it here.
Yeah, that's fine. Mike, why'd you fold? What were your reasons?
Well, because I didn't think that either player would fold, and maybe
Right.
that's good. Maybe I want both of them calling, but I just knew if I did get a blank, let's say it comes to a clubs,
Mhm.
that I would have to fold the turn. But you're right. Like I said, I think this is where I made the mistake. I should not just fold here. I should either jam or call.
Yeah, I don't think calling is better than jamming because on the turn if you miss, then your equity decreased by quite a bit. And you're not giving yourself full equity. If they somehow donk a hand like ace five and they're willing to fold that, I think we're missing out on that.
Yeah, I agree. If I thought they would fold an ace, I definitely was going to jam. But I didn't think there was
Yeah,
zero chance.
yeah, I think this hand yeah, like you could punch it into the site I gave you guys. I don't think jamming it'll tell you you're not going to lose money, you're going to win money.
Right.
Uh,
Now,
even if you don't get any folds.
yeah. To try to take saying that jamming is an advantage to get the ace five to fold, I think is more hopeful for two reasons. One, with our only having 2x behind, they're, 2x that bet, they're not folding. We've said that already. But if the ace five folds and the king queen or the king six stays in, you've accomplished nothing. You've got to get both of them to fold their ace or king for it to be an advantage, right? You see what I mean?
Yeah, they're definitely folding a
Right.
king. I don't see them like
I'm not saying the jam is bad. The jam is fine. But when you
maybe it's king queen, I'm not sure, but this is
Sure.
like mostly just an ace, I think.
Sure, from both, yeah. What I mean is this: if you're jamming because if you believe that you have 5% fold equity for an ace five to fold, I claim you have less than 5%. I claim you have 1% because you've got to get both of them to fold their ace five or both of them to fold their king 10. And that is even more unlikely. That's my whole point. So calling is good, jamming is good. And how terrible is it to raise to 70? It's not, is it?
I don't see a point in doing that.
The other diamonds can never fold to 70.
Yeah, but you're not getting.
The other diamonds are probably not folding to the jam. I agree with you. But if they ever do, that's terrible. They're never folding to 70, and then they're never folding the turn because you've committed yourself. And 70 is the same as jamming, except that the other diamonds never fold. That's all. That's all it does.
Did you get a showdown?
They both had an ace. They wound up checking to the river, and I did not improve. I would
Right.
not have improved.
Right. But look at that other thing, Mike. They checked to the river. You wouldn't even have to pay the turn.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, but they would have folded the flop, I would suspect.
Oh,
Didn't-
no, I'm sorry. My bad. They didn't check the river. I folded, and the under the gun guy put the rest of his chips in, and the other guy called, and it got to the
Oh,
river, and I didn't.
on the turn. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. So you would have had to pay for it. All right. The other thing is, and before we go on, just to keep in mind, when you're looking at sort of your calculation between calling here and jamming here, and saying to yourself, well, if I call and I get a blank on the turn, I have to fold because I don't have two cards to come. So I've kind of thrown away my odds. Remember, you've thrown away 35 in that case. In the other situation, you throw away 105 for two cards. So 105 for two cards is not mathematically better than 35 for one card.
Yeah, but the math doesn't work that way.
Yes, it does. What am I doing wrong there?
On the
Imagine, simplify the thing and say you have zero fold equity, just to simplify it. And now, and also say the following.
yeah, you gotta figure out. You're not throwing
Let
out
Scotty
105.
finish his point though, dude.
Okay, which is, so we're gonna make a couple of simplifications here. One is that that no one's folding to the jam because I want to simplify it. So let's just start with that. No one folds to the jam. Second, when you call here, if a blank comes, they always bet the 70, always 100% of the time. Okay. So you have a choice here. You can put in $105 and guarantee yourself two cards, or you can put in $35 and guarantee yourself one card. Now, do the math. Which is better in that simplified world? Am I doing, am I now, having said that, Sam, do you believe I've set up the question wrong? That there's something
Yes.
wrong? What do I say?
Yes, you need to look at the EV because we're looking at a game that this situation will happen over and over and over again. So we need to go to the site where you put it in. Say we jam the 105, none of them, zero fold equity. What's my EV of the
Right.
pot of this pot of
Right.
what would it be if one caller call or two caller calls? How much would it be? Is it $50? Is it $10? Is it
Gotcha.
$20?
Gotcha.
And then
And
you gotta weight it against the other option. We call here, we
Mhm.
miss. What's our pot odds there? Assuming that one of them has an ace, one of them has a flush draw. What's my pot? What's my EV of the pot there? And then you figure it out. I don't. This is the way that you're structuring it. It's not because you're not looking. You're looking at this one like at this one time, but this thing will probably happen over and over and over again because it might
Gotcha.
not be the same board. It might be another different situation. Then like we need to plug it in and be able to tell
okay.
if
So
we jam here, our expected value in the long run will be this amount.
right.
If we
So
call here, our expected value for the long run, if we miss the turn, would be this amount.
yes. So let's if you would do this, if either do it now or do it in between now and just like it's Monday. Do
Yeah,
the
I'm driving.
calculation. No, yeah, definitely. Then definitely don't do it while you're driving. Do that calculation and add in one other part, which is remember that so we get the EV of let me say this correctly. When we do the 35, we're going to throw it away we're going to do the version where we throw it away on the river, even though we probably are not throwing this one away on the river, so it really doesn't matter how you do it. But we're going to do the one where you throw it away on the river, but remember, when we put in the 35 and we hit, we still get the other 70 because they put in the rest of we're assuming that they put in the rest of their money even after it hits.
Yeah, but that might not be true though.
Right. We have to make a series of assumptions.
We're making assumptions.
We always have to make assumptions. So that's what I'm saying is when you do it with both of them. Do it the one where they do call and the one where they don't, and let us know and we'll see which is stronger.
What is the tool that we're talking about that I'm
It's
always
called
interested in?
it's called the fold equity calculator. You could just Google it.
All right.
Like it'll ask you for a couple things. It'll ask you what your estimated pot odds is. It's easy. You just go on to Equilab and then you put in their range. You put in your hand and then you just try to get a educated guess like 40%, 50%, 42%. You plug it in and then it'll ask you the pot size and then it'll ask you the opponent's stack size.
I just put it in the chat so you guys can follow up on that one.
Thanks.
Yes.
Oh, Rich. Okay.
So Mike, just finishing. So when you did this, your thought process, we got as far as, so you thought they're not folding, and I agree with you there. At that point, what was the next thing that you thought that caused you to fold?
I mean, yeah, I just I don't know. I do know that I was thinking that if either of these players had larger stacks, I would have jammed.
Jammed with the idea that you now have some fold equity, and when they don't fold, who cares? You still have tons of regular equity.
Correct, that I would have more
Right.
fold equity, and when I hit, I'll be
Okay.
raking in more,
Right.
more,
It
more
sounds
money.
like in your thought process, and you correct me if I'm wrong on this, that you looked at this and said, this is normally a jam, but since I have no fold equity, I can't jam, the jam isn't good. And then stopped rather than going and saying, hold on, am I just getting enough to call? Am I getting the odds to call one card here? And you didn't do that rough calculation in your head. Is that correct?
Yeah, probably no.
Right. So let's do.
I see your point about not knowing if you're going to get the odds on turn when they jam.
So let's do a really dirty
70 behind, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Let's do a really dirty calculation in your head of just your equity for one card. Just calling. Let's just see how bad it is. Really dirty. So you're putting in just under a quarter, right? Because it's 35, and then there's already 49 in the pot. So just really off the top of your head, you're getting maybe 4-1 on your money on this 35.
Okay.
1, 2. Well, you're getting 1, 2, 3. And I said getting 4-1. You're
Let's
getting,
just say 25. Is it 25%
you're
equity
getting,
requirement?
yeah, you're getting 25% plus another, because remember, he didn't bet pot. The pot's 49. So you're getting 3.5-1.
Yeah, it's right at 3.5 to 1.
Right. So just
Not
sort of
right at, but it's around there. And so
right
big thing
around
is
3.5 to
23%
1.
equity requirement.
Yeah, right around 3.5-1. And let's count outs in two. Count the outs in two ways. Give yourself 9 diamonds and 3 jacks to start with. And there's 3 more 10s, but those are for half pots. So let's just give yourself 2 of the 10s. Because you split it sometimes. So that's going to be, in that version, you've got 11 outs. Which
So
is
that gets you almost to, so 23% equity requirement.
23,
That's,
24%, right there.
yeah, and you're like at 22% just to see another card.
Right,
Because that's, yeah, so you're getting pretty close.
right. And
You got
now
position.
let's make it worse and give one of the guy an ace and the other guy 2 diamonds. Okay. Now you lose 2 diamond outs, but you gain a queen out because the only way for the other guy to have it's got to be ace queen. That's the only hand, right? That has a queen in it that hurts you. I mean, it could have king queen playing it this way, but your diamond guy can't have the queen of diamonds. So even if you're up against other diamonds, now you probably still have 12 outs because I took away one of your 10 outs, one of your outs off a 10. And I gave you no outs with your queen. I said your 2 pair is never good. So how does that make you feel about calling for one card?
Makes me feel the same way when I started this and said I feel like I made a mistake here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah. And with that, and then if you look at that and go, and then is it worth putting another 70 for 2 cards instead? You can say yes or no, but it's really hard for this 35. And you definitely, if you hit on the next card, you have some implied odds out there. Right? Because you're in position. So you hit on the turn and they have to both check to you, for there to be any chance of you getting no implied odds. Because if either one of them bets, that's implied odds right there. And you get 2 shots at it. So you can bet, you can bet $5 on the turn if you want to make them call. You can jam on the turn, or you can divide it up between the turn and river. You can check behind to give, and then do it on the river. You're definitely going to get something more, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on.
Yeah.
Larry says, how many outs are we estimating to win the pot? We are estimating at worst, 10 at worst. That's 7 diamonds and then the other 2 jacks. That's the worst.
Okay. Best is like 12?
The best is we have all the diamonds, which is 9. We have 3 more jacks, which is 3. We have 3 more 10s, which is 15. And we have 2 queens.
Yeah.
That's
That'll be
the
best.
best.
Yeah.
Yeah. No one else has a diamond. No one else has a queen, and no one else has a 10. That's possible.
I mean, this might be a jam multi-line. It's interesting.
Mike, what were their final hands?
I remember one. I don't remember the under the gun's hand. He had ace X, but I know the guy next to me had ace 9 offsuit.
Right. So the first guy didn't have. So neither of them had 2 diamonds.
Nope.
You didn't notice if their X's were diamonds, right?
I'm pretty sure neither of them were diamonds.
Okay. So look at that. Your 10 is good. Your 10 is good for the full pot. Your diamonds are good for the full pot, and they're all there. And your jack is good for the full pot, and your queen was good for the full pot.
Yep.
Holy shit. Okay, moving on.
Yeah, and to add insult to injury, I found out later that there's a high hand too. So if 10 of diamonds comes, it's an extra like $200 or something like that.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's not nothing.
But this is a very interesting hand. I mean, this is a really interesting hand to think about, because I think all of us have different approaches to this.
Yeah.
So it's a very good hand to discuss in group. I don't know what I would take differently.
Right. And
I think I unfortunately would take the passive route and call.
Right.
32,
You need to be jamming this
32%.
spot.
Yeah. Crusher
If you're not
points
jamming
out,
this spot, you don't like money.
Crusher
Well,
points out that
I guess I should jam because I can confirm I do like money.
I like money.
Anybody on the call prefer not to have money?
No. Crusher points out that at worst it's 10 outs times 4, which is 40%. We only need 33% to break even. Even less because of the money that's already in the pot. Absolutely. So everybody agrees that a jam here, even with no fold equity, is profitable. And I agree with that too. And the only question is the jam more or less profitable than the call? And we don't know the answer to that.
Yeah.
When 119, 119, 70 more behind. They both have 70 more.
Scotty,
Yeah.
what do you think the right answer is here?
I think jam and call are both great. And I even think that that clicking it is not even terrible. I think the only thing bad is a fold. And I do not know which of those 3 is the most EV in the long run. I don't know.
But let me ask you this. You're gonna min click it, they're both gonna call. The turn is a 2 of clubs. Now what do you like to do?
I like to check when they check to me and not put the money in until the river. If they check to me, and then if one of them bets, I call. And if one of them jams on the flop, I call.
Then it's hard to get all the money on the river.
No, it's not. Oh yeah.
But-
okay. If it's yeah, it's harder. But really, are these guys going to fold an ace except if it's for the 10? I agree that the 10 is going to cost us.
10
getting a
and
lesson.
diamond is like a pretty bad river.
They don't like a diamond.
Yeah.
But they've got an ace and it's only 35 more and the pot is huge.
You're right. You're definitely right. But
Yeah.
what do you think is better between calling or jamming? There's got to be
I
a
don't
right
know.
answer.
I don't know.
Okay.
My whole point was don't dismiss calling. The
You
jam
can
is
make a
the obvious
profitable jam here.
decision.
a 7%, minimum 7% profitable jam for equity, and you'll have fold equity. Like you could take the pot down right now. So definitely.
All right, the
That's the part I
results.
disagree with.
You
Go on,
want the
Sam. You
results from the fold equity calculator. We break even if villain folds negative 20%. That means he doesn't need to. They know they but could both call. I give him the strongest of range, which is they donk with all their queen 10 off and queen 10 suited, and none of them fold anything.
right.
If they
It's still profitable.
they do not have to fold. They have to
Right.
fold negative 20%.
Yes. And I agree on that in advance. The jam is profitable. We're not comparing the jam to folding. We're comparing the jam to calling.
Yeah, I think calling is not good.
Calling's got to not be a good one.
Why do you say that, Crusher? Why is calling gotta
Like
not be
for the
good?
reasons I told you, because then like they're gonna fold on scary turns and rivers. It's like you could just jam here and get other like combo draws to call you, maybe even like a gut shot, a pair and a gut shot like Jack 10, um the lower diamonds. There's like different hands that can call you on the flop here rather than the river.
So if you miss the turn and you said you're not betting and then you miss the river, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna bluff now?
I'm gonna check down with my jack and lose to an ace.
Yeah, you gotta check at that point.
And beat some of the lower straw.
So in the in my assumption, they don't have to fold in order to be profitable.
Yes.
But there is, I wouldn't say it's less than 5% chance. Like if you jam here because you ISO over two players, they will fold some aces. It's not less than 5%. I'm pretty sure. By calling, we're taking out all of that.
But bro, you want them to call because when they call, you make 7% equity in the long run, so it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, it doesn't. That's what I'm
good
saying.
for
That's
you.
what I'm
If they
saying.
feel it's good, they
No,
call
it
you.
Doesn't matter.
No,
Yeah.
Crusher. If both of them fold an ace, you make even more money. You don't mind if they call an ace because of all your equity. You make even more profit if they will fold.
That's what I'm saying. So both options for jamming, there's no bad result for you.
Yes, jam is good. 100%. Jam is good.
But calling, there is bad results for you, is my argument. But yeah, that's my point.
So by jamming, we could miss, and they could fold an ace. So we give ourselves a little bit more leeway.
Okay. So
there is some chance that they will fold a better hand.
Okay.
By calling, we're basically taking that out. We're saying that we have to hit our hand. I don't like to play that way.
I understand. Now, anybody on the call here, other than me, because I've already made my point, is anyone on the call either feel that calling is either the best choice or that calling is a good choice? Just is there anyone who thinks that other than me?
So I think your argument for calling is that.
We're going to get to Larry in a second. I just want to see if there's anybody. Is there anyone who agrees that calling is one of the good choices?
I think calling is an option.
Okay. In that
I
case,
don't hate calling, but
Okay.
I'm team jam for sure.
Great. Okay, then Larry, I want you to make the argument why jamming is the right thing to do. Not the argument why calling is the right thing to do.
We have position, and we're not always going to face a turn bet. Sometimes
No, the opposite. I want you to make the argument why jamming is good. You believe calling is a viable situation, so I want you to make why jamming is good.
Well, I think clearly we can run our equity. I think that Crusher and Sam are making very good points. We do have fold equity. One thing I thought about is that if we do jam here and UTG +1 calls, it very easily could fold out the cutoffs ace X range. It's like if he has ace 9 off here, he definitely can fold that out. Now that's not ideal for us because if we're jamming, we'd like to be up against both their stacks with our nutted equity. But yeah, I think so. I guess that's an argument for calling, is that we're keeping in the $70 behind in cutoff.
Right. So Okay, but make the argument for, yes, that's got an element for calling. Make the argument for jamming. Larry.
The argument for jamming for me is I think you guys are right. I think we have fold equity. I think sometimes we take it down now. And we are going to see two cards and we are going to realize our equity.
Okay, great. Crusher. You think jamming is clearly superior. Got it. When I say make the argument for calling, I want you to make one of two arguments. Either make the argument why calling is better than jamming, and if you know, what are the reasons, and if not, tell me at least what the advantages of calling are. They may not outweigh the advantages of jamming, but what are they?
You get to realize equity in position for a lower price, and these people are probably they might bet on the turn anyways, and you can jam on good cards or call on good cards for you, but I still think jamming is better.
Yep. Now, great. Next time we do this, I want you to do exactly what you did there, but I want you to leave out that last sentence, because that last sentence we already know. That's why I called on you, because you think jamming is better. What I'm trying to do is refining our thought processes here.
Well, let's talk more about that. I like this exercise that you're using. You used it a bit yesterday, and I think it makes sense. However, let's talk about the exercise of. I mean, it's a classic kind of exercise of stretching your mind by thinking about both sides of an argument.
Mhm.
That's what my indications is that you're attempting to achieve, which makes sense to me.
Yep.
Is that, am I correct?
You are 85% of the you are 85% correct. There's another 15%.
Yeah, that's what I was asking, because I think there's some other pieces of the puzzle you're trying to help the player get to. And what is that?
It's that to understand your own argument, why it's good, you have to know what's good about the other side, what the advantages they're doing.
Yeah,
that's the part you just said. The other thing is to understand how your opponents play. And a big part of why we look at hands face up, because we do a different exercise than most study groups.
Yeah.
We get to look at how our opponents play. So we should be getting better and better models in our heads of what they're thinking. They're generally thinking something when they make these bets. Sometimes they might be doing what Joey says, I has a pair, and they don't think anything more. Sometimes they're just clicking buttons, but other times they have a thought process. It may not be the best one. It may not be GTO. And if you want to understand them to exploit them the best, you want to understand what they're thinking and why.
Okay, that makes sense.
So
that is certainly
right.
Part and parcel of exploitative play is understanding strategies and motivations.
So that's 13% of the other 15%. And then the last 2% is this. We all have opinions here, and we all think our opinions are right, or we wouldn't hold them. But it's hard to challenge your own opinion. One of the ways to find out if you think you're really right is to argue as best you can, as sincerely as you can, the other side, and see if you can convince yourself.
Yeah, I think you're valid. I think these are good exercises. You could see in this group, some people are going to be open to that. Maybe some people aren't, but it's a good exercise. I get where you're coming from.
Gotcha. And then the reason, Crusher, that I put on that last thing of saying, don't say the sentence at the end, but I still think there, is because that thought process of, but I still think, makes it harder for you to be open to the argument you're making to see if you're really right. You do it, if you said it this way.
I get there's maybe an argument for calling, like maybe even sometimes in this hand, you get to see the river and you don't hit and you get to fold and save some money. But like overall,
I don't
I should call here every time, to be honest.
Right.
No.
Well, look, imagine the following scenario. Imagine that UTG1 has ace 5 off and bets his ace and gets called in 2 places. He knows somebody else has an ace. He's afraid they might have a better kicker. The turn could go check, check, check. And now you got 2 cards to hit. And on the river, if you don't hit at all, you got there for 35 instead of 70. Okay.
Yeah, but you're always losing that 35. See, here's the thing.
Sam?
When you call,
Sam,
you're always not giving yourself a chance.
Sam, please wait. I don't say you're wrong, but let me finish and then make the point, okay? The finish is you get to the river for 35 on a hand that you would have lost. That's great because I'm saying he wasn't folding his ace five, but he got scared. So that's a good thing that can happen. And then here's the last good thing that can happen. After it goes check, 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 and then on the river, it goes check, check. You can decide whether you want to bluff the remaining 70 into two players. You get to decide that. You don't get any of that possibility from jamming now. Now, the good thing about jamming is that by jamming, it's possible you might get an ace to fold. That's good. That's definitely good. And the other good thing is you are guaranteed to make it to the river. You don't need the miracle on the turn. Now, Sam, did I leave out anything from why jamming is better when I gave my summary there? If I did, add it on now.
Did you leave out anything why jamming is better?
Right.
Yeah,
No,
Scotty, let me
yeah.
ask you this, because
Yeah.
when you jam, you cannot lose money. Either they fold and you make money, or they call and you still make money. Like there is no
Yes.
there's no losing.
But it matters more.
Jamming is a long-term,
how
right?
much money
Jamming
you
is a long-term profit. I agree. Do you think that calling is a long-term loss? Or it's just not as profitable? Do you think
It's
that calling
definitely a
here?
lower EV line than
Right.
jamming. That's for sure.
No, that's not for sure.
I think this is a made
You don't
hand
think so?
That's our
essentially,
question.
right? Like,
That's the question. We are not sure if it's lower EV.
It is. It is lower EV.
Well, what about
what's
what
the
about
math?
the scenario
Okay,
where
let me lay it out for you. Okay.
Hold on one
We-
second. What about the scenario where we jam, UTG calls, and the ace in the cutoff, ace nine off folds?
Figuring that that he now has the word.
There's no way he's good with his ace shit kicker.
Right.
I mean, it's not always. I mean, there's a scenario
Right.
where that $70 that you're going for with your nutted draws is gone.
Right.
It's
But
still
the-
profitable. It's still
Yeah,
profitable.
yeah, it's
We-
still profitable.
Yes,
It's still
they're all
profitable.
profitable. The jam is profitable. We all agree on that the jam is profitable. So that part of the argument is gone.
Queen Jack suited here might be better than like. Yeah, no, maybe that's not right.
But does
this hand
anybody
is really
does
good
anybody
here.
here believe that
Just the
calling
mic.
is not profitable? I didn't say it's not the highest EV. Let's just start with that. Does anybody believe that calling is not profitable? That calling is a net EV loss here?
I don't know that number, but I know jamming it's higher EV than calling.
Leave
For
out
sure.
the part of the sentence where you say but afterwards and just do this one. And we're spending a long time on this hand. And I think I'm going to limit it to another 3 minutes at most on this hand and then move on. But is there anyone who thinks that calling is not profitable? We did the math there and we showed it for the same. We showed it that given the number of outs we know we have, that we did have and that we expect to have, anywhere from, what was it, 18 or some god awful number that we really have compared to the 10 at worst that we have there. I mean, yes, they can have queen 10 to start with. We didn't consider that. We blocked that. But the math showed us that calling is profitable. So both are profitable. And the question is, which is the higher EV? And Crusher said, it's obvious that it's the higher EV. And Sam said, I know that it's the higher EV, but I haven't heard the math that lets us know that. And I don't know the answer. I don't know which is higher EV.
I know if the ace diamond was like a 10 diamond, I'm pretty sure solver like calls every time. Just because they consider it like a really strong, I mean, essentially like a made hand because your EVs or your equity is like over 50%. But like yeah, equity does, I mean, could lower.
Yeah.
On the turn and river, so I could see why people would want to jam, but also you're blocking essentially like
Also, an
all the
argument against
draw,
calling is
you
the
know?
stack sizes, because I didn't even take in they were short stacks.
Right. The short stacks is why Mike decided not to jam.
I would argue against that, but sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt there. I just wanted to point that out.
Anything, we've said the same things over and over on this hand. Anything we haven't said about this, anything that we haven't said that anybody wants to say about this hand that hasn't been said yet?
I think that we've set very high expectations for Mike's next hand to be even more interesting.
All right, go, Mike.
Yeah, zero chance. Zero chance. Yeah, and that was like me just like in the moment, like not playing live. Like I had to ask the guy at the other end of the table, because I couldn't see his chips because he's holding his hands kind of, out in
I
front of
hate
him,
that.
covering, and I had to be like, "Hey, can I see your chips?" And it was just, weird stuff that I don't do on a regular basis.
Right.
And I didn't have 20 minutes to like go over all of our EV talk either. So I was like,
Right.
shit.
Right.
This one was an early hand. I don't think there's
So
anything.
Mike, I'm gonna say one thing super fast.
Yeah.
Shorthand to keep in mind. Just when you're classifying your hands. Pair plus draw, really, really good. Something massive has to convince you to fold pair plus draw. Combo draw, really, really good. Something massive has to happen to convince you to fold it. Start with that gross thing, which but so when you're just sitting there, just really have to convince yourself to a fold if you have either one of those.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, for sure.
yeah, great. Moving on.
Welcome to live poker, my friend.
Hey,
Yeah, for sure. This was pretty early on, and it was the first hand that I was involved with.
Mhm.
I like it.
So far, this is what happens.
Yes, we got one caller.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, this is the dream spot.
What
It's
a
even
great spot.
better.
Yeah, so far so good.
SPR of 5. So your SPR is deep enough that you shouldn't go broke with this hand if you're beat. Right?
Sure. Yep, for sure. Yep.
You're probably not beat, but if he tells you you're beat twice, you probably have to fold.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
He hasn't told you you're beat yet.
Oh, you got him.
Ooh. Ooh.
What's villain's range?
He has
so at this point, and again, my note was that it was early read that he was just calling all kinds of stuff. Like he was a station. Like he has overcards here.
Mhm.
That's good.
Is like can be included in his range. He could have 6x, he could have 2x, he could have 8x. He could have queens.
okay. Let's bet again. Let's bet again a small size and fold to a raise.
Yeah, I think that's what I like.
Anybody else?
I also absolutely do not hate at all checking behind and then calling the river. I'm happy with both those.
Anybody
Yeah,
else have any
I think both
size
plays are
recommendations?
fine.
Yeah.
I was gonna go 40. Yeah,
Yeah. Definitely not size up.
40 to 50. Yeah.
Yeah, I was definitely going to be betting for value.
Good. I love it.
Got a call.
Okay.
Oh. Well, this is a tough one. So we know he's a station.
He checks.
He
Check.
checks. The check strips some 8x out of his range.
Yeah, so usually they donk. If they have an ace, if they have an 8 that they don't call, they don't check raise the turn, they will donk the river.
Yeah. He has
This-
all 6x.
Yeah.
Sevens.
Sevens, 8, 9s, 5s, 4s, ace deuce, ace
It
6,
is uncomfortable going for thin value here,
5, 6.
and I'm not the best at it. I'm not gonna, especially early in when you're first, I'm not gonna criticize you for checking back.
Yeah, I thought about it. I did not. I checked.
Yeah, I think that.
He had trips.
All right.
Oh,
Well, nicely done.
Yeah, results wise, right? The check is good, but like I
Yeah.
said, I was considering value betting, but.
Yep.
And in
It's
this
very
case,
thin.
yeah, in this case, I would break the Matt Affleck rule and probably size down rather than going for like a B50, B60. I'd probably go for a B30.
I agree.
Yep.
So that one was I didn't think it was all that interesting, but this is the kind of stuff that we were seeing from all of these players.
They
Right.
want to see a flop. They're gonna pay.
These two players were decent. They always raised when entering a pot. They were tight aggressive, like they didn't ever limp and all that shit. These two were good. Never got involved with these two.
All right.
So now
Um,
you gotta make the other exploit. If they're not raising the strong shit and you have the top of your range, you gotta put the money in for them. Let's say you have pocket sixes here or ace eight here. You got a big bet. You got a big bet the turn because they're not
Yes.
raising.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yep.
All right.
Last one for me. This one didn't seem all that interesting either, but
Limpathon.
yep, yeah, exactly.
Dude, I thought you said you didn't have premiums.
This is an interesting spot.
Yep. Love the size.
Yeah.
Everyone calls.
Sam, size up, do you think?
You know what?
You-
I'm gonna make an argument for going bigger here because we likely are gonna get calls. You guys can tell me if that's wrong. I like,
The,
this is a little bit finicky, but I would go 30 here.
the last 20 got one call. Right?
That's
We were-
valid.
The previous one was to 20 also, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So yeah, I like this size.
20, 25, it doesn't matter. It's just the rule is just, you try to raise the amount that you get one or two callers.
Yeah.
I like this. And the idea that if you'd gone to 25, you would only gotten one. This is the thing, is if the 25 gets the Limpathon to fold, then the station guy might fold behind. But if the Limpathon calls 25, the station guy who called 20 probably calls 25 also because because he's getting that extra pot odds from the Limpathon.
Yep.
So I don't think you should try to think, oh, it wasn't big enough because I got two callers. I think it very often you have the option of 0 or 2 in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's valid.
Yeah.
This is a tough spot you're in. But I like a C bet. And you guys
like
can,
check.
and
No,
you guys
this-
can argue. against
Larry
it.
likes to see bet. Larry
This
likes,
is just a check.
Larry likes to see bet, and Sam and I like to check. What did Mike do?
I checked,
You
although I
gotta
did
remember,
consider.
like, these guys are limp,
Yeah.
limp calling too many offsuit aces. Like ace 10 is in there, so
Ace 5 is in there.
like,
I agree.
and then
I agree.
they're not fast playing on these boards, so it doesn't like it makes no sense to bet a small sizing if they're not like they're gonna fold all their trash. Like if they have like, I don't know, like pocket deuces, they're gonna fold that.
Yeah, that's valid. What about against one caller? Are you still checking?
Against one caller, against one caller, I might bet, but usually I want to take a big bet on these like ace high boards. But like, if it's a limp caller and it's one caller, then I might make a deviation and just bet small.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm here going to check queens a lot, and I'm going to check kings even more than I check queens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Checking is fine. My intention
against
is
one
to
caller.
check here.
Yeah.
C bet small. If I get a caller, check back time. See what happens.
Yeah, my standard if this was online or something like that, I would definitely be checking. There would be I would not even consider betting. However, here I was considering a C bet because their ranges are just so wide that yes, they can contain an ace for sure, but they have all this other crap that they could call their 6x, their 3x, their lower pairs. So, but I didn't. I mean, like I said, I didn't, but I did consider it. And
Whenever I make this decision, the turn is always a king in my mind.
right, yes,
I go, I'm only afraid of one card, and there it is.
Alright, two checkers. I think you bet now. Anybody in disagreement?
If you don't bet now, you bet the river.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bet now.
I
You
do,
could
I
bet
do a
now.
lot of bet now. I do a lot of bet now and bet small. I bet my flop size now of 7.
Seven?
I bet now and then check the river, or I check now and I bet the river. I only bet one of them.
You'd bet a third B30.
Yeah, I wouldn't do the size up turn thing here.
Yeah, you said bet 7, which is like 10%.
I thought it was
Yeah,
21. Oh, 21. Oh, I'm sorry. I saw the pot wrong. I
Okay,
know 7 big blinds,
yeah.
7 into 20, 7 big blinds into 22. I bet 20, 20. Anything between 20 and 25 is what I bet here.
And Sam, you said you'd bet.
It doesn't matter what you bet. Like somewhere around half pot is fine. Like small is fine. You could even bet large is fine if they're not gonna fold a flush draw. So that doesn't. I don't see not that big of a deal. I don't think you're gonna get check raise here all that often.
And if you do, you fold.
Well, if you if you see me check raising, then you don't fold.
No,
Is there
but you're not
anybody
limping on.
that is just checking again?
No, I think you should bet here now.
I
Like
check again
just
sometimes.
yeah, just to deny some equity from like lower pairs if in case they hit a set on you, and then like they're gonna call with like king 10 off, like any kind of diamond draw.
Yeah, I did check.
Yeah.
Uh,
So I check
okay.
there a lot, but I think the advantage is the thing that Sam pointed out is that if I check there, I get no value from the king 10, king queen, and queen 10 that is going to call one small bet. So that's, I think, the advantage of betting the turn, not the river. And then I'll tell you why the advantage of betting the river, not the turn, is people with a 6 will call one bet on the river, but they probably won't call it on the turn because they might have to face 2 bets. Make sense? So those are the things that compete against each other in my mind. All right.
Unless it's a 6x a diamond.
Yeah, that's true. That's gonna call. All right. So this is great. That's great. That's great.
Oh, see, the only thing is like
Yeah,
there's some king 10 in there.
yeah,
That's
there
the
is.
thing.
There's some-
The second guy doesn't have king 10.
Yeah.
They could have like river 2 pair. I don't know.
Yeah.
How much do they bet? Like half pot?
Yeah.
Dude, do 120 and fold.
And how
And
deep are
again,
we?
my estimates here on these sizes are kind of estimates because, I'm not, I know his bet was 35 and the pot was
Yeah.
pretty close. So
I'm raising.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're getting value owned by king 10, but I'm still raising.
Wait, do they take this size with king 10 though?
Not the second guy.
They
After check, like all the way.
I think they're gonna take a larger sizing with king 10.
I don't, yeah.
What could this be? Like queen 6 suited? I don't know. Queen jack off.
Just a queen. Just a bluff. Just an ace 5 that waited all the way till now to make sure that it's good.
See, like this is the spot where I want to get greedy. Like just in case they slow play like a flop 2 pair. Like I want to jam here.
Okay.
and that would be your size. It would be jam and nothing less.
Would you raise and fold
No,
if they had
like
ace one?
once in a while we'll run into king 10, but like if you jam here, it just I don't know.
That's the size I used.
I love that size.
It's not bad. It's not a bad size.
I love that size.
This guy tanked, called, and then this guy insta called.
Great.
Okay.
And
You have the best hand.
and you're gonna love this second guy.
See?
Ace 9.
Yeah.
See,
Love it.
Ace nine.
that's why I want. That's why I want to jam. Like whenever it's an ace high board, and you beat like all of the two pairs, like the side you should like really consider getting greedy.
That guy would have folded though.
You gotta
if he
love this
jammed,
limper with
so
ace
it would have
jack,
it would have
Jesus.
evened out.
All
I
right, so
think.
let's see. So we got $200 more. And if we jam and things don't go our way, we get $245 more. So it's $45. So the jam is worth $45 more than getting that other guy in there.
Wait, he called 100. He only has like 100 left. You don't think he's gonna call off 100?
No. No, I think that I think that there's a real chance that the ace nine who calls 100 doesn't call 245. The ace jack calls. The ace jack,
It's
of
like
course.
jam
calls.
and then call. That'd be really.
Yeah. But against a jam and a call of the jam, I think that the sticky 8-9 guy might figure he insta called for 100. He might not insta call for 285.
He got the same result
Yeah.
though. Yeah, you got two calls. It's about the same amount.
Yeah, it's $45 more if you only get the one call, but it's a fortune more if you get both calls. And I think that's a little hopeful. So I like it.
I don't hate it. Like this is the size like I would
Yeah.
before I ran into hungry calls. This is the size I would always use because I don't want them to fold.
Yeah.
But after that, like yeah.
And I think that I think that the ace jack was uncharacteristically played. Even
Yeah.
by a ton. I mean, he did it this way, but I think that this is not what that guy commonly does. What do you think, Mike?
I have no idea because, yeah, he was just limping and folding everything. So
Right. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, this is like when
Thanks.
it go check to the river, and then somebody's like all of a sudden bet. It's basically never ever a bluff. Like if you have a bluff catcher here, like if you have kings, you should always just fold. Always.
So
Let's say
I think Limpathon can bluff here, but
the middle guy.
But 9-8 is never bluffing by calling, ever. So
No, what I'm saying is like Limpathon, if he bets the river, you go check around to the river, and he bets this amount, and the middle guy fold.
Yeah,
you should just fold kings.
Right. You're saying he's never right. Your point is clear. He never folds. I mean, he never bluffs. I don't agree, but that's not important because we both agree that the hijack can never be bluffing by calling. So the hijack has a queen at least.
Yeah.
So we don't need to size ourselves for what a queen will call, but we know we never want to size smaller than a queen will call because we know he has at least a queen. I think you were uncharacteristically up against two pair here.
yeah, I wonder if he was going to check raise the turn.
Yeah.
Or if he would just check call. It seemed like nobody was raising. There was never a raise in this game.
Yeah. Isn't that nice?
Yeah, it was freaking amazing.
So with that in mind,
That would
you're
be
making the mistake on the river of betting your tens into that 8-8 queen board becomes less of a mistake if you actually did it because you're not getting raised. You're only just gonna be wrong on that time, but a lot of the time you're right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I guess
So
you do.
it makes things less dangerous. It also means that you can violate the Matt Affleck rule.
Right.
Okay, cool.
You'd have to bet. You'd have to be a bit tighter. In previous streets if they're never raising like good hands though. But yeah, on the river you can bet more for value.
Yeah, because you're just not being punished. You're still going to lose, but you're not going to be punished. Okay. Who's next?
I got hands.
Okay.
Let me set them up. How many hands do you have today? Scotty?
I have from Saturday. Let me see what I have. I think I have 5 or 6.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no, I have a ton. I have 9.
All right. Well, I'll pick some good ones here. Very quick. Feel a double or bomb pot. We're in a very tough situation.
Yeah.
And then we'll go to real hands.
Okay.
All right. Not this one, the other one. This one. We flop a straight. And we
Double
flop an
board,
open ender.
ELO bomb pot. Lovely.
Are you guys playing these yet in LA?
wait,
I mean, are they
what-
part of your game yet?
Where do you play this?
Online?
You don't get to
Like
see your
what-
hands until it's your turn.
Yeah, because they're just trying to reduce we
is it
flop a lot of shit. We flop an open ender on a paired board. We flop a shitty flush draw and we flop a straight.
is this
And
a
to
site
answer your
you can
question,
play?
I play these online in a GG poker club.
I
Club
see.
GG.
Okay.
And if you're interested, I can certainly send you the link. DM me.
Perfect.
So
thank you.
This is not trivial.
no,
here.
this is a very interesting spot because
Oh, I have an opinion. Okay, good.
so we've got the nuts on the bottom, the flush redraw. We got an open ender on the top. And then we are facing an early half pot bet.
Okay.
This really isn't good enough, I would argue, from this early position to just run the equity.
No.
I think you should be folding sometimes.
You're right, but I don't
Board.
I don't think we can fold having equity on both sides, even though the equity on top is shitty. Having
Fold.
equity on both sides is very tough in this game, and when you get it, it's very hard to fold.
I
So-
mean, this
He
this-
potted it. If he
No,
potted it,
he-
I'd
Oh.
be thinking strongly of folding. I think maybe you need to call this 10, but if you get raises behind you, I think you have to fold.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, if we got like that's why I'm calling this early because
But you should consider folding right now.
if shit
Really?
goes crazy behind, this is too much equity, I think, to fold here.
I know.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that. Here's why I think you should consider folding.
Okay, I'm
Because
listening.
I mean, I assume everybody else is saying
Hmm.
I'm an idiot. You should never fold this.
I mean, you don't have the nut flush draw, but I mean, it's a bomb pot though. So
Right. So, you have the nuts on the bottom and it's the fragile nuts.
It is
uh,
fragile nuts.
Right. And so that's bad. You're gonna, you very often are gonna not have the nuts by the river on the bottom. The good thing on the bottom is you also block the diamonds from coming in that are gonna probably beat you. When
Yeah.
the diamond comes in, your flush is probably bad. But you block enough of it that it makes it hard for it to come in, and if it does come in, it makes it harder for one of them to have it. So that's good. Your 5-7 on the top, it's not just that it has to hit, they have to not be full by then, and it's just too easy to have a full house on the top already for somebody. And if they don't, if they have a 6, they get a full house by the river with their other 3 cards. So that's why
Yeah.
you have to fold sometimes.
Yeah, I
But
agree.
the reason, but you have the nuts on the bottom and it can survive. And so I think you have to risk 10 and hope that you don't get raised behind. But if you
So a
start
rule of thumb, I think, on a rainbow board is that your nut straight will be good half the time by river in PLO.
with the board already paired?
No.
Oh, you mean on rainbow board,
bottom.
right, but it's not rainbow.
But and it's not rainbow. So
Yeah.
I don't really know how that.
But we see 3 diamonds.
mean,
already. That's
you
the
have
advantage.
a
is
straight
there are
flush
3
draw.
dead diamonds.
Yeah.
Oh, you know,
That's-
never mind. It's locked. Sorry.
And this guy's probably playing the top board. When he
And
bets
right,
every
this is
that many
great.
people.
This
So
is good.
So we get 2 callers, which is
This is
interesting.
good. And no
Right.
raids. Yeah, now you can be much more comfortable. If Tinker
Yeah,
goes,
because no one has gone crazy with their vote.
yeah, this is good.
And this guy now bets another small size, and I don't think we can fold to this.
Oh,
That's a pretty
no.
pretty
Now
good.
though, with only one other player in, now do you want to raise? Let's think. No, because everything has to go right. You need the other guy in to make a profit, so you can't raise.
And then we get a really horrible turn on bottom.
Oh, that's bad.
So if they had 8, I mean,
That's terrible.
that is rough. And you have the straight, so it's like they can only have the full houses.
Now
Okay.
here's the math, right? Let's
What
work
happened?
out the
What
math.
happened on the river?
So we would have chopped with the green guy, all in every hand. So we would have chopped. Oh, we don't see his hand.
Oh, was there a jam and you folded? Is that what happened?
He jammed, I folded river.
Gotcha.
When
Okay.
the board paired.
You
Right.
would have got quartered.
And I would have gotten quartered. However, if you do the math here. So I would have had to put in 54.
Right.
And then you can add my 54 here, that's 300. We would have gotten 100 big blinds. No, we would have gotten 175 big blinds back.
Mm-hmm.
And it would have been profitable to call. We would have had to put in 50, get 75 back. We
On
would
the
have
turn,
profited
was it
25 big blinds.
was it all in on the turn?
No,
No.
it's all in on the
River,
flop.
I didn't see.
It's not all in. It's not all in. It's
Was it
well, he's
on the
all in.
turn?
And then this
Or-
guy called. So if we had called, we would have had to put in the 54.
Yeah.
And that's 300 more. I'm sorry, that's 54 more into this spot size, which gets us to 300. And we would have gotten
Yeah.
half of 150 back, which is 75. We would have paid 54 to win 25. So it's actually a profitable
is-
call here.
Yeah.
To get
a
quartered.
6-1.
But
I mean,
but it easily could be 0.
this.
Yeah, but I
this-
think this is a
yeah.
call even though we're gonna get, well, I don't think we, actually, you know what, I probably a fold. So-
But have you
I think
considered
it'd be better if you
jamming
had
the
2
river?
pairs, to be honest, than if you had queen jack, it would be a better hand than the
Um,
straights on a double
Jamming,
pair.
I don't know if we have fold equity.
No, what was the river? Because I was about to say when you call the flop, like the worst thing would be somebody behind you has a king 10 off, and then the guy who's betting has a full house or 6.
Yeah, it's
Then
kind of
we're
worst
gonna-
case.
But like in
Yeah,
the river
fold.
here, it looks like when the guy from the first position just called twice and he doesn't like lead out on the river, he doesn't really have a boat. It looks like he has a straight, which is like exactly what he had. So
Yeah.
when the middle guy bets and you figure that the first guy doesn't have a boat and you jam here, because you could have a boat here, right?
Easily, I could have a boat on bottom. And it might have given me fold equity against all in every hand, so you're right. But to be honest,
You gotta raise-
this
oh,
guy
yeah,
was a
so-
station. He wasn't folding and he was super loose, which is why I got the green peeler tag. But yeah,
But if you jam here, do you think he's gonna call?
yes, because he has a
Oh,
super
but you
loose.
you only have
It's
60
60
though.
extra.
That's the thing.
Yeah, I started with 100
In
bigs.
this
I can't
particular
believe
configuration, if you jam and he calls, it doesn't cost you anything. Is that true? No, who wins the top board between the two of you?
No, then it gets
Costs
more
you a
expensive
fortune.
because half my bet goes to this guy who's winning the bottom.
No.
No, he
I'm
was
saying-
all in already,
I'm
right?
saying jam
Top.
compared to the call. If compared to you calling, if you jam, but I'm wrong because in the side pot, like 10-10 wins the side pot on the top.
Oh, and then it becomes a side pot game. Yeah, we don't really
And you get
have.
you get quartered on the side pot too.
Yeah, I got caught on. Yeah, that's a very
Which is
important
really
point.
bad.
We don't have an
Yeah.
emergency flop.
Yeah, the jam
We
is
don't
really
have an emergency pair on
thing
the top.
Yeah.
That is an important issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it might make, if we had an emergency pair up here, it might make sense.
I like the fold pre-flop.
Well,
Dude,
we
how
have
do
no
you keep
pre-flop.
getting
round,
into
but that's
these
okay.
shit spots in these double board
It's,
yellow
I mean, it's
bomb?
double board bump.
Well, I only
Of
bring
course
you the
you're
shit
gonna-
spots. I don't bring
It's
you
forced.
I sometimes bring you the bomb pot porn, but this is
Right.
an interesting spot I had to figure out. Okay, so
I got
Um,
we're
part-
gonna start off
There's a
with a old man coffee nitty fold, and then I'm going to try to rationalize it. All right, unstudied reg in UTG. Big talker unknown, massive stack after a long session. He said he'd been there for like 12 hours. One table had just broken. He moved over here. Open to 15 over the straddle. A reasonable 3-bet. I have ace king off. What should I do?
I don't know.
Jam.
Jam is
Oh,
the
no,
right
he's wrong.
choice. What?
Oh, I was saying jam, but now that I look at it, how early they are,
That's the issue.
there's gotta be some fold. The jam, it's gotta mix jams and folds, but call seems terrible. Yeah, jam and fold.
Does that
What
guy
were they
know you,
doing?
Larry?
Say it again?
Does that guy know you?
No, this is a new club. No one knows me. I just look
Okay.
like I'm in my 50s. I look like an old man coffee.
I was gonna say if they played with you, you could jam, and I think you'd be good because they'd overfold probably.
In retrospect, this is a jam.
Yeah.
Something very interesting happened. So I took a moment and I looked at the guy who made the 3-bet, and he said to me, huh, you look kind of interested, kind of doubtful. He said, oh, yeah, he said, you look curious and also skeptical.
Nice.
And I was, and I didn't know how to respond to that. So I said, well, and then he said, he actually said he kind of feels like you're curious and kind of skeptical. And then I said, well, which do you think I feel, or which one am I expressing more? And he said, oh, it's an even amount. But I don't know if I could take anything from that. From
He's
that,
playing mind games.
I don't know if I could take anything from that speech play.
I think he's playing mind games well because you were
Yeah.
kind of skeptical.
If they thought you were a nit though, I would more likely jam than
I think I look like a nit.
but just because of the name you put. I don't know.
Nit hero.
Like, is that what their image of you were, or just your image of yourself?
I don't think I have an image. It's a new poker round. So I mean, I think they just see me as probably an older guy who doesn't talk a lot and makes. I made aggressive plays that night, so they probably think he was an okay player. So I fold, and then I'm like, I hated myself afterwards. An hour of self-loathing, and then I went home, and then I looked. Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
But
Mixes.
it mixes. We're always taking the extra 3% with the ace king. Hyper tight range.
That's crazy.
But I don't, this range is cool, but then,
But the big blind, the stack though, wasn't it 1-2-4?
yeah, it's about right. Yeah.
So it's like 60 bigs.
But then then they get it in, and this guy, I mean, not to be results oriented, but what
Did a
would have happened
queens?
is that this guy probably would have folded his sevens
Mm-hmm.
because he had this guy behind, and this guy's fucking doing that shit with ace jack this early. And I was like,
Yeah.
holy shit, ace jack.
Right. So here's what's good about your fold,
Mm-hmm.
which is if one of them has an ace and the other has a pair and they don't fold, one of your outs is gone and you are worse than flipping.
Yeah.
And it is likely that there is an ace out there. The reason that it's so great is you dominate all the aces and you probably can get the sevens to fold.
If they thought you were in net, I think they would fold probably. Right?
So I think next time I take my 125 big blinds and I just shove it in their face. Yeah.
Right. Now,
When I see these ranges, right?
let's make sure we count the big blinds correctly. There was a
Yeah.
straddle.
Oh, there was a straddle.
So everything's
There was a
half.
So let's now do the big blinds right.
Yeah, that's valid. So yeah, now it's 75 big blinds. It's or whatever, 125, 50, 60 big blinds is a clear shove.
Still, it's still close though. Even,
Yeah.
if you know this guy's 3-betting ace jack, it is, but you don't know that. I mean, you
No,
have
I
to figure
didn't.
their
He
ranges
was
is
a no-no.
probably a lot tighter than, GTO.
Yeah.
And the other question I have, I wonder if his speech play swayed me because it did get me out of my thought process.
Okay. So you've got
Big talker.
Yeah, big talker. So right now, there's 75 bucks out there, we'll say. And the SPR is what, 75, 150 to 25. It's about 3 and change.
Right.
This is
easy jam.
I think we're easy jam.
Easy jam. As the stack size goes down, it's even more jammy, I think.
Yeah,
I-
there's so much dead
and I'm
money out
getting-
here.
Yeah, and I'm picking that up from I just ran it really quick in a tournament. At 100 big blinds, the ace king has some folds. At 80,
Yeah.
it has no folds and it has a little bit of jamming and some raising. At
I was like,
60, it starts being mostly jamming with a little raising. And then so
I see you could pull this all day long, but not
I like
60
it.
bigs cash.
I think we just put it in here. So the next time this happens in
I'll
this,
certain it.
yeah, I don't feel like it's hyper nitty, like it's a blunder,
I don't think so either.
but it definitely is a spot I think that I wish I'd taken.
And so his speech play.
That is an interesting subject because I think,
You seem curious. Okay,
go ahead.
what did it make you feel at the time? I'm gonna ask you two different questions. I'm gonna tell you what they are in advance, so you answer I'm gonna ask you, what did it make you think? And I'm gonna ask you, what did it make you feel?
That's an interesting question.
So what did it make you feel?
Well, the first thing it made me feel slightly annoyed because it got me out of my thought process.
Okay,
And the second thing it made me feel is I have to come up with a clever retort, unfortunately.
right.
Did he sound too relaxed when he said it?
He looked actually concerned himself. It's almost like he was projecting his own concern
Mm-hmm.
because he knew that he was 3-betting light.
Okay. So there's an important thing you said there, was it made me feel like I needed a clever retort. And that takes brain power that you want to use on poker.
Yeah, that was a waste. It was a waste.
How do you get-
That's
so
the
how-
honest answer to your question.
Yeah, how do you let go of that? Let's learn that from this.
That is a good point. I feel slightly uncomfortable with this conversation with 7 people, but I'm gonna go with it. Yeah, so I think the answer is that I just go back to what first principles was when I first started playing live poker. And just ignore it. These guys don't need to be my friends. I don't need to have a conversation with them. So the first thing my go back to first principles. When I started playing, my first rule was I don't know anything about speech play. I'm just going to pretend I didn't hear them and ignore it. And I think that was the right choice here.
Okay, great. That's going to be a really good strategy.
And again, I don't need to, I'm a human. I want to interact with other humans, but I think this is a situation where we just ignore it and just put our head down and think about what our range wants to do here. Or actually, I guess what our hand here could be flop, but
I'm not saying this is what you felt, but for me, I remember I hate looking dumb.
yeah, I mean,
Like,
well,
I really like
that
I really
is
don't
one
like sometimes I would fold because I don't want to like just lose or like make a mistake. I'm not saying that's what you felt, but
that is an issue. That's Daniel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is an issue. I will say that's one thing with getting older is that you do get a big helping. I don't give a fuck, but that certainly is an issue. So I think next time I'm in the situation, how do we approach this? Well, the first thing we do is maybe I kind of engaged him because I was staring at him, trying to figure out what was going on.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't need to do that here because this is just really a full shove spot. So maybe I avoid engaging him and because I was looking at him, I was trying to figure out what he was up to. Maybe I don't do that. Maybe I look down at my cards and think. And I think the right thought process is here. What's the pot? What's the pot? What's our combo? What do we have behind? Is there a straddle on? How does that affect our big blind number? And then I think if I had gone through that process, I would have gotten to a shove.
Okay, good.
You should think about what he was trying to make you feel also. Like
That is a
like,
really good one, Dan.
just like absorb it. Don't even like just think about what he was trying to like portray himself, like if he was trying to look strong or trying to look weak. And then just
that's a good one. That's a good one. And again, I had been looking at these charts, it's influenced me, but I think Looking at these charts doesn't matter because of the big blind.
Right.
Stacked
Drop-
up there.
Drop that, yeah, and that chart is, and that chart's at 150.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, change that chart.
yeah, that's a super important thing.
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
I'm
Next-
gonna, one thing I'm gonna say about the charts. If you're playing at 1-2 and there is no straddle and they raise to 15 and you want to know what to do in a chart, assume, don't, play that as if it was 3-5 and not 1-2. And
Yeah,
clear
that's
the big blinds off that because that's what the chart is calculating off of.
as far as stack depth and
Yeah.
SPR.
Stack depth, SPR, probably strength of hand, what,
Yeah.
but yeah.
He has nowhere, we know it. So his 3-bet range here
Way too
is multiples wider than what is represented here. If we were to look at this, is just a screenshot, but
Yeah.
yeah, I agree.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And I, yeah, well, let's go on to another here.
Yep.
All right. So we've got an unknown kind of unkempt is what I called him.
Mhm.
Over here in the big blind, we have an older lady who's a good player, but the good players are going to sometimes limp in this game. We ISO,
I like it.
pretty obvious ISO. We have the button. Unkempt guy calls. She calls.
One question.
Sure.
What's the normal raise size in this game in the non-straddled pots? Just the normal open size when they open.
7. I probably could have gone to 15.
Yep, that's all. Just an ISO has to function as an ISO, and if it feels like the same size as an open raise, that's what it is to them.
Yeah, 15 would have been better here.
Yeah. Okay, good
I
enough.
agree.
Great.
We got a good flop.
Yay.
Check. Check. I'm betting here. I am going to bet 15. I don't mind. Yeah, I think the size
Great.
is fine.
Great.
2 callers. Shocker. 5, not the best card in the world, not the worst. Brings in 8-6 suited. I think we get to bet again here.
Yeah.
What size you guys gonna use?
You have one caller, not 2, right? She doesn't have a hand, or does she? Or she still has call?
Oh, she is.
Yeah, she called.
She's
Okay.
still in.
65 to 90. Anything in
Right.
that is the same number. 65 to 90, fold to a raise.
I did not go that big. I went to 40. I think
I
a
like
more
50.
polarizing size is fine in position. Fold to
Okay.
a check raise. I think
Okay.
I think your sizing has value here.
Okay.
122. The big blind calls
Oh, now fold.
and she folds.
Oh, the pot is 162. She doesn't raise to 162.
Oh, no, yeah, pot is 162.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
that's the- heads up.
Great.
Now it gets interesting. This is the real decision point. Boo, one liner.
I know what I always do here. It's probably, oh, shit. Okay.
He essentially, he goes almost pot. He goes
Yeah,
whatever this is, 80% pot.
you know what to do.
Yeah, yeah. I think this is also a shout out to us having that very extensive lesson in donk strategy in donk leads on river.
Mhm.
And previous me would have been very curious here.
Mhm. Good
We
fold.
jam.
Good fold. Yuck.
Yeah, good fold. Yeah, I mean, we know donks are stronger than they should be,
Mhm.
and then we just fold.
Especially when they go over half pot.
Yeah.
So this is, I showed this to someone and they said my flop size was egregiously wrong, and I don't think so.
Okay.
And I'm open to you guys telling me my flop sizing is egregiously wrong.
Your flop size is egregiously wrong.
The straddle's on.
Yay.
Limp,
Okay.
limp.
That's good. Good.
limp.
Good.
What size are you going to use with aces here?
All right. theory says 12, 16, 20, 24, 26, 27. So anywhere from 25 to 30, I like.
I went 25.
Perfect.
Great.
And live poker, ladies and gentlemen, how many colors can we have? One more. Another? No, that's it.
Great.
It's like
This
reverse. They call more when more people call.
This happened. You are now 50% to win this hand.
Yes, we're 50%, but we're probably more here.
This is good.
This is a fine flop.
This is a fine flop.
Check,
Just jam.
check. Check. What size are you going to use?
Type it in the chat, everybody.
Doesn't matter. They're so short.
That's a valid point.
So
Well, let me see. So SP, yeah, they're all around. I don't remember the exact stack sizes. We're gonna go with it. They had the default stack size. Okay. Frankly, I don't remember how different the stack sizes were. I'm looking, let's look at chat. 25, 30, 40, 50%. All right. So I went 60
Okay.
and
You went half. So you went half pot, right?
yeah, I went half pot essentially. Yes.
Just over half pot. Okay.
And we get folds. Now, he said this is way too big with the strength of this hand and this texture. And I was like, in live poker, I'm not so sure. Are 7s and 6s calling this size? And then maybe the question is, it's hard to target anything here because notice we're also blocking ace-3 suited here. Or no, we're blocking one. There's one ace-3 suited left.
Mhm.
Ace-3 of hearts.
I think it's adorable that you think that they have to be suited to call with an ace-3.
Well, that's a good
it's
point.
like he didn't see
It's
the
a
other
very
guy
good point. I
calling
did
with
ISO.
ace-9
but-
off.
It's like
Yeah.
they're both winning their
You've got
first
a
one.
very good point. So
It's Badoogie.
is this too big? And I think this is fine. But the question is, what the fuck are we, I guess we're targeting like
Eights,
any ace
I
X,
mean,
8x here?
8x and all those pairs. Yeah.
Yeah, nines. Eight,
7,
8x.
6s. It's hard to know. Well, I mean, I think the size. Can we agree
I
the
mean, you
sizing
could-
is reasonable?
No.
You could argue betting smaller and have them float with overs.
I mean,
Are we
it's,
folding out too
uh,
much of the
it's a-
range
It's a
here?
dry board. You can size up on
Let's go with it. Let's go with an easier question.
certain boards.
What is 2E here?
That's a good question. So 2E, so we've got 109. We've got essentially an SPR of 2.
Yeah.
1 point. What?
And we
1
want,
point
do we want to think 2E or 3?
7?
No, I'm starting with 2E. 3E makes it a if
2E
3E
is this is actually a 2E sizing. This is 60% pot. If we get one caller, it's 60%. Is it 60% to get it in against these sizings?
right. So so at this point they'll put in 100. If they'll put it, you put in, if you put in 60, which is okay. Let's say you put in 60%. The pot will be 230, and they will have 115 left.
Yeah, so that gets us right to about 60%, 60%.
Okay, so I was wrong. So it's not egregious for that. Okay, how about 3E? But I don't want it to be 3.
35%. So 3 would be roughly 35%. So 10, so 30 to like 35, $40.
Yeah, and it's less than that too, because SPR is not 2 to 1. It's like 1.7.
Yeah,
Wait,
no,
do you
that's a good point.
Do you guys try to get the SPR to 1 when you shove, or are you guys talking about like where you use the same bet size each street?
2E
Yeah.
is 2E means same bet size,
The smoothness of your bet sizing.
Okay.
Yeah.
but
'Cause
it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine to not just to be aiming for your things to have an SPR of 1 on the river. That's great with
We
value.
could think about this as, so maybe $40 is better here. But more than geometric, I think it's like, what are we targeting to call? We want calls here, I guess. And the argument would be that we're just never getting called by, well, never, but the argument is that this is just too big.
You're always going to get called by an 8.
Uh,
You know,
Yeah.
Tens.
I think an 8's calling you one time, but maybe an 8 in, if I had an 8 in 175 spot, I might fold it. I mean,
Maybe, go ahead,
I-
sorry.
in the last spot, an 8 calls easy, but in the first spot, you probably need more than an 8 to call with 2 players behind that size.
The other thing to think about here is that we're talking about SPR, we're talking about geometric bet sizing theory. And really, maybe what we should be thinking about is what's the absolute bet size feel like to someone with sevens?
Oh, that's good. $60
Maybe-
is a lot, and $60 is a lot in a 1-3 game.
And $40 is not a lot. It does feels like less money.
Yeah.
And so we think about how that, what
Yeah.
number, the absolute number feels like to someone when they're thinking about how much their Uber is going to cost to go home.
Could have done the same bet to look weak also.
Yeah, so I think
Is it
maybe
true?
you can make an argument for 4. I think the way to approach this is that we think about the texture, which is a dream for our hand. The thing that gets me fucked up here is 3 fucking ranges that I'm thinking about. Like you can't range 3 people. I mean, some maybe brilliant players can, but I can't range 3. I mean, it's very hard for me to range 3 people
Yeah.
here. All I can think about is texture and how much this texture affects what I estimate a ISO caller's range to be, and this misses.
Okay, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So you know that the usual thing in a multi-way pot is to bet 25 to 33%, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Right. So what made you what was it about this that made you want to deviate from that, if that was your default?
The fault was, frankly, having a very similar conversation and having aces with the same guy the week before, and me using a very small size on flop, and him saying, no, you got to use a bigger size. You've got aces here. You need to get max value.
That guy's not your friend.
And it kind of pissed me off because I actually called him out for it. I said, well, you didn't tell me that last week when I had aces. But
Was
then
it-
obviously the multi-way nature of this changes everything, but
That's what that's what it is.
Yeah, and I want to add to this, Scotty.
Mhm.
Just in my little experience, like this would be a B30 for me, like maybe B25, B30, and any other day. But when I was at the table that I was at, I am sizing up every single time because they are just calling so much.
that is the other thing. Yeah, it's like you're playing live and they just some of them don't have a fold button.
Right.
And I think it also goes, so there are some, so there is, this is getting into a pretty esoteric sizing out conversation. I guess really it comes down to is once I know these players more, I'll know how much they'll sustain a big bet size.
Mhm.
I think I can also think about what the absolute size feels like, as opposed to thinking about what we're thinking about, which is bet as a proportion of pot. And I think I think a 40 might be better here.
I think that's the most important thing, what you just said there. When you're thinking about what they do, we want to get in their minds. They are thinking in absolute sizes. That's why will they call a 5x open with that shitty hand? They're not calling a 5x open. They're calling $15.
Yeah, that is precisely,
Oh,
I
yeah,
think
they
that's a
don't-
very important thing.
That's
I don't
the
think in
adjustment.
big blinds
I think that's a
probably.
simple adjustment to make on all of this, and I think it's really good.
That's a
Yeah, I'm
good
not playing
psychological point.
2-5-10 in Los Angeles. I'm playing 1-2 with the occasional straddle in Austin on a Sunday night at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Also, it's just like part of variance where, like you don't get paid off with your good hands. Maybe in another spot, you make your maximum.
Yeah, it's true. All right, we'll move on. Okay. I don't remember. Let's see what this hand is. Oh yeah, this is an interesting limper. This guy limps. He's one of those guys that doesn't really interact with the table. He wasn't wearing sunglasses, but he just was on his phone if he wasn't in that hand. And then occasionally he'd look up and he'd put money in. So I'm not letting this get through. I used the 15. He calls. We don't like this flop, but I'm gonna see bet a lot here. We can argue if that's the right thing to do. I'm gonna argue.
He doesn't like this flop either.
Yeah,
Nobody likes this flop.
yeah, exactly. I'm gonna bet calls. We get a king. I'm thinking about what is his calling range to my B50. And that would be my small bet, sorry. B33. 15, yeah. And I'm giving him a lot of hearts that are doing this. Maybe some sevens. I decide to pot control here when the heart repeats and we have showdown. This might be a little, this might be a little nitty, but I kind of like it too because we're going to learn a lot about where he is in his range
I don't
on-
hate it.
on river, Brickish River. And then we get this.
Uh, this could be like some kind of a pair,
Hard to
I
know
could-
what he's up to here.
like sixes with a pair. It's pretty easy. This is not a flush.
Right, but do you raise it and
You could.
Yes.
you raise it
make
with?
it like you make it like 20, 25.
If you're feeling
Yep.
to fold. Oh wait, no, they only have 85.
So
Assume he checked. Just assume he checked. When you do this, just assume he checked. What
yeah, I
would you
think
bet?
that's I bet over probably about B50, B75.
You bet 75?
I bet 30
All
to $45.
Yeah, then just bet that amount.
So I
Yeah.
I say I am not gonna allow this to happen. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we get the club.
Wow.
There's a click.
That's crazy.
So I
Yeah,
think our
you-
pot odds are around 20% here.
Yeah. You
And
just
so-
don't fold.
Yeah, it's like pot's like 170. What do we got to call? Like 35. Yeah, it gets us to like 20%.
I
He
didn't see
may
it,
not
was it check
realize he's
down?
counterfeit. Yeah, you'd call.
Yeah, and then
That's true. You might have a 8 that got mad or something.
of course he's got the nuts. Well, he doesn't have the nuts paired board, but of course he's got the nut flush. So the only question here is over and over again, we see check raises are this kind of raise out of position is very top of range. Can we overfold being given these odds? Or I would argue the term would be, can we exploit fold?
I would bet the turn here.
If it was deeper and it
Giving
was
a turn is fine.
Yeah, because it's the range, his range is uncapped. We have a value hand. We're betting our value and we're betting our bluff and we're checking our showdown. Say you had like jacks here, then I would check. But this is like a value hand. He could have fives with a heart. He could have sixes with a heart. He could have fours with a heart. So we could get called by worse. We want him to check raise his strong shit, so we bet small because it's uncapped. And
On
then
turn.
and then on turn, and then we could choose to check back the river.
Yeah, that's
We-
fine.
Then we own his soul.
So
That's
if he check raises and you bet on turn and he check raises, I assume you're folding.
Yes.
Yeah.
The turn check raises is not a bluff because you bet the flop, you bet the turn, now he check raises. It's
Yeah.
just like the easiest shit. Like they either check raise you on the turn or they donk lead the river. Just fold to either of those.
But this one is not deep. Yeah, I would fold to a min click if it was like deeper. Like if you bet like 50 and then they min.
Well, it's hard to
200,
fold when
but-
being offered 20%. And you
Yeah,
got
but
top pair,
35, like
So that's,
but
the once in
Go
a
ahead,
blue
go ahead,
moon
Scotty.
bluff.
okay, so sometimes there are hands that you have to lose money on, and the way that you make money in the long term is by losing less money by the way it's played versus another way. So the fact that he made this so small, even though he gets your $35, and there's a perfectly good argument for folding here, but when you call here, he has made a mistake by getting $70 on a river that he could have gotten more money on. Does he have $20 left after this? Is that all he
Yeah,
has?
he's got $20 back.
Okay, then it doesn't matter. I'm wrong. Then it's just he didn't get the last 20 in.
Yeah, I think this is, if
Alright.
we fold here, it's an exploit fold. We're really be giving sexy odds here.
Right. And it's probably a
It's-
good exploit. Bet 3-bet.
Yeah, I mean, we raise and then a re-raise on this texture. I think we can exploit fold. Even though we're getting a fucking, we're getting 5-1,
I think.
which
yeah.
translates to like, I don't know, like
So that means you have, if they have
essentially 20% equity requirement.
if they have like 10 combos, you just have to find 2 combos that you beat.
Yeah, but I think we can exploit fold here because this is very rarely anything other than the top of range. Maybe that's wrong. Maybe we do have to call here with being these odds, but
Oh, well, say it clearly then. It's not that it's very rarely. It's this is less than 20% a hand that I beat. That's what your exploit is. That's what your belief is.
that is a good way to look at it.
So say
We
that
do
way,
not win.
how you
We
feel
do
about
not win the pot more than 20% of the time.
Yeah.
We win this. It's hard to get to win more than 20% of the time.
Yeah.
This is a severely underbluff spot. And despite the
Yeah.
price, we can exploit fold.
But I feel like it's not enough value hands to like. But it's okay because it's like 3-6, you know. Ooh, at
All right,
most 15 combos value.
Okay, so
But
all right, we
anyways.
got that hand. I think we can exploit fold. I like Sam's line. I think if we use the polarized sizing on turn and he check raises.
No, we're not using a polarized sizing on turn. We use a small size on turn.
Oh, that's right. You want to use a small size. Well, let's talk about what
Yes,
size you would
because-
use.
Because it's uncapped. Whenever the flush completes and because live players are passive, their range is uncapped, meaning they have all the flushes in there.
What size are you going to use here?
A small size, like 20, 25, 20, 25.
And then fold to any significant check raise.
Basically fold to any kind of check raise.
If
Okay.
you had,
Because
if
this
you had-
is the spot where you could get called by worse. He could call you like with 8s with a hearts.
I feel like you could do that king, like a weaker king. But if you had 20 combos of value, you just need to find 4 that you beat, that he's either bluffing or you beat his value. And I just feel like it's really.
Are you talking about combinatorics on river?
Yeah, I mean, like, there's not
Yeah,
even
that's valid.
okay because there's 7s, 8s, so 3, 6 quads, and then so 7, and then let's say 12 or 8 flush draws the ace X. I mean, at most it's like 20.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have kings here. But,
I like Sam's line. I think Sam's line makes sense. We
Well,
also can see Sam's line
it's
confirmed
just,
in solver, where oftentimes it will size down when completed equity turns in. So yeah, I like it. Okay, last hand.
well, one question about Sam's line.
Sure.
On the turn, so I'm gonna bet pot is 63 and I'm gonna bet 30 here. So I bet 30 and he raises me to 90 and I fold. No problem. What do you do if you bet 25 here and he does an exact click check raise? Are you folding to the click check raise immediately? Literally, he raises you to 50. Is that a yes?
Yeah.
I know it's not common that he does it, but if he doesn't, you're even gonna fold to that. Okay, thank you.
All right. Last hand for me, and then we'll pass it on to the main event. All right, we've got Talking Pizza Eater. This guy ordered a Domino's and he was eating it. And he was talking and getting greased over the cards. I secretly hated his guts. And so this is an obvious ISO. We go to 15. We can arguably go bigger. 20 would be fine here, but 15, I'm gonna go with 15. Pizza Eater calls, fold. We're heads up with 10s out of position. Oh, we like that flop. I think we can do a lot of stuff here. I think I go small because I love my hand and I want to keep his range wide. Are you comfortable with the sizing, gentlemen?
Yes.
Third,
Yes.
yes.
Yeah, I would just go big here. I'll just go bet.
I think that's fine too. What's our SPR? SPR is like what?
Like
5,
six,
2
7,
more,
6.
7, we'll say 7. Bet I think betting big is fine too. This is not the greatest turn, not the worst. We're gonna bet again, but we do size down here. Well, we kind of go polar, be 60.
Yeah,
He
see
calls.
here I want to check.
Now this, you want to check on turn?
Yeah, well, you bet so small. Like, what is his range on the turn? If he has an ace, then if you check to him, he's probably just gonna bet.
Mm.
And I want to get the money in like right now.
Well, it's funny you say that
Yeah.
because we use this size here. Obviously, some straights came in, 2
Yeah.
straights came in, so I use this smaller sizing,
Yeah.
and then
He didn't check raise. He didn't raise.
he didn't raise.
Yeah, here
Then
I
we
would.
get the. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would just jam. Like, I just go for gold and hope he has an ace.
Well, I chose to trap check,
Yeah.
and
Bet an ace is betting here. So
we get the 80. We get the big bet.
All right.
jam and lose.
Heidi ho, let's go.
And Pizza Eater is calling my ISO with 9-8 off.
Yeah, and he slow played his straight on the turn.
And he thank God we had 20% equity on turn.
Mm.
And got there.
And
Now,
he slow played the straight that neither of us even said. We all said, "Oh my, king queen came in, king queen came in." Nobody said 8-9.
no,
I said 8-9.
but I mean, that's also an important lesson for live players.
Yeah.
These guys just want to see a fucking flop and they don't care.
$15.
They don't, it's like, all right, so it's $15. That's about how much my pizza cost.
Yeah. This hand
So,
$15.
so yeah, this is, and, I can't help but think, for me, I've got an issue I've got to work on with ranging here. I just don't give people 9-8 off here.
Mhm.
I don't give them 16 combos of 9-8 here. And I need to start giving them. I mean, I was blind to his combo. I'm gonna be totally honest. I did not
Me too.
I did not envisage fucking 9-8 off.
But
Give
he
him.
also has a huge amount. He has a lot of combos to start with, so even
Yeah,
like
and
that,
so,
like dilutes the strength also.
yeah, that's a
But,
good point. I mean, it's very unhealthy in this game to put someone on a combo.
Like 16 combos in his like 600 combos.
Fuck, who
nuts,
knows
dude.
how many, man? Like
If he's
200
opening
combos, 250 combos.
I mean, if he's opening 50%,
I mean, I did size down
open.
here
This
because I
was
understood that there was out here, there was completed equity.
Remind me what the pre-flop on this was?
He
15.
limps.
Or he just limped the button. He limped the button. Okay, thank you.
So
Got
he
it.
calls for heads up.
Yeah. Yep, limped the button. Yep.
Like, I mean, how do you give someone 9-8 off there? It's fucking crazy.
Cap. Oh.
Because he limped the button.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he limp called an ISO with 9-8 off.
Well, he got $15.
It could be 9-8 suited.
I will say that I think I'm the only, I will overlimp sometimes with implied odds hands.
Mhm.
And I think the only guy, I maybe 10% of people in these games fold to an ISO.
Yeah.
Me being one of them. I will fold implied odds hands sometimes, given a huge ISO and multiple callers. I will fold.
It's not
That's
like
fine.
9-8 off is
That's-
not even that surprising. Like,
Well, it
I
is.
mean-
I mean,
Doesn't button open
that's
then?
I guess my point, Sam, is that in my head, it's hard for him to have 16 combos of 9-8 off here, but that's a mistake.
that is definitely a
like,
mistake.
based
Okay,
on
yeah.
how it- like,
So,
based on his betting,
so really what happens is, I mean, it's very hard to range people is what it comes down to. These can show up with 9-8 off.
that's true. It's kind of hidden too. Actually, king.
It's
he
a little
doesn't
bit
have
of a hidden
king
straight, you're
queen,
right.
I guess.
I was thinking king queen off. It was a very common combo
Yeah.
there.
I thought I was thinking that too.
All right. Guys, that's it. That is my that's the end of my narrative for the day. I'm passing it on.
Yeah,
Thank you for looking at my hands. I appreciate all your help with those.
Awesome.
that was nice.
All right. So what you're going to see here are a bunch of mistakes that I would not make if I was playing online, and that if you guys came to me with these hands, I would tell you to play them differently than I played. And that is something that, and then you'll see in my notes where I literally I put the question, why? Why am I doing this? I don't understand my own thought process. All right. So this is the day before. So this is not the important day, but we have it here. Let's get this looking better here. There we go. That looks better.
Perfect.
Great. So here we go. 2-5-10 is the game. We get a raise to 20 here. King Jack suited is definitely a 3-bettable hand here. We do the 3-bet.
Yum yum.
We get called in
By a short stack.
2 places. Yep. There we go.
Hmm.
Right. So here, I do not know, and this is the thing I wanted to look up, which was how often in the middle position as the raiser do we bet here? Because it's a weird thing. There's no GTO version of this. So I'm going to look
There isn't.
I'm going to look at this in
It's not a lot.
Prometheus. Right. I'm going to look at it in Prometheus. Where's Prometheus? Where are you hiding, Prometheus? Okay.
Is it?
Why
is
would you
this-
look in Prometheus?
I want a 3-way.
We're not, wait, why? We're not 3-way, are we?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
multi-way.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see the
Yep.
dead.
That's
comment
why.
section.
No, that's why. It's
Yeah, yeah, I didn't see that. I thought your head's up.
Right. So new Prometheus. And we can't
Wait.
use these actual positions. We just want to get
Wait,
one.
what was the exact line? Sorry.
The
was,
exact line was min open, 3-bet,
Full call.
call. And what we're going to call this is open call, big blind call. We're going to give, everybody's going to have the wrong ranges here.
Yeah.
Like,
But this
think
guy's
I'm
going to have the
betting-
right range. I want to just at least see this. This is where
like less than
I had
20%.
no idea.
Yeah, it's Scotty, because the big blind, because they raised, their ranges won't even be anything near
Right.
a
There's
big
no
blind.
meaningful. Okay. So my question is
Maybe a small blind call.
small blind call.
You know what I
That-
mean?
Yes, that's really good. Yes, I agree. That's something. Okay, let's go back to Mr. Prometheus. Where's Mr. Prometheus go? Why are you all doing this? Here we go. There's a Prometheus here. You guys are blocking all of my things. All right. Hello,
Blockers
Prometheus.
are very important to
They're
consider. in
very
this
certain
game.
thing. So
Prometheus
what we
blockers.
have is we have 3 players, and we're going to do a reset. Okay. So my actual position here was early enough, right? That my actual position, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I should put myself in the low jack in this Prometheus.
Like it's
Okay.
mixing like
Low jack, button calls, small blind.
Oh, you don't get
What's
the
your
option.
guess?
Big blind. I got it. I got it.
Oh,
There
good,
it is.
good.
Good. Okay. And now the flop is King 5-4 rainbow.
what
Wait,
was your guess, Scotty, on the
Well, you're going to see my guesses that I checked, which
Yeah, I think I would check here. See what happens.
right. That was what I did. And I did it with just a feel going, I think there's a lot of checking in the sandwich.
Yep.
I think so.
Now, and then we'll talk about why checking is in the sandwich and why it's a mistake to do in this situation. Go back to Prometheus.
Yeah.
There we
I
go.
was thinking my hand's not too vulnerable, and
It is.
then
King 5-4. The suits don't matter with us.
So it's kind of matter because you have the non-backdoor.
Right. So that's what I'm going to do. I have King Jack of Hearts in this situation. Check. So there's some King Jack mixes, and specifically King Jack of Hearts does a lot of checking.
Yeah.
Okay. So good. Good to
Look
know.
at this. Look at the small
Yeah.
blind range real quick. Like, what did the small blind have? Just go back a step.
I'll just go back a step here and click on a small blind. Well, actually, here, I'll just check and we'll see his range here. This was what his range is.
That's pretty wide.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
He's
also-
lacking these aces, but then again, he could have 3-bet these, so he probably is lacking these. This is not that far off from what an opening range might be
Oh,
from
A
someone.
calling range, you mean? Calling
Oh, the first guy. No,
an
this is
early
small blind.
position and a call?
No, remember what my small blind is? The small blind, it wouldn't
Well,
exist.
why
Small
you
blind
why
is essentially the first stack.
why are we
Right.
using a single raise pot?
I think it makes sense because I think
As a
these
mod,
ranges are very wide.
we don't have any other tool to do this with. That's why.
I think live ranges are going to be wide. This
Right.
wide.
But is this check? So what we want is we want the small blinds range.
Right.
This is range. This is the small blinds range.
So first act, this might be a
Yeah.
little loose, but I don't think it's too far off.
Yeah,
That
no,
makes
you're right.
sense.
That's not too far off, but it is a little loose, but not too far off.
Yeah, this is not too far off from what the guy probably has.
I mean, we see, I mean, people will call these suited aces.
Okay. So now back to Mr. Hand. As played, the actual play here is, get out of my way, you guys, is raise to 20, 3-bet, and from my bluff portion of my range to 60, get a cold call that shouldn't be there, and then a call that's perfectly reasonable, get a flop that I like with a 6-7 draw and not a lot of obvious other stuff. There's the 6-7.
6,
There's
7, ace, 3, ace, deuce.
Yeah.
Simple stuff.
Thank you. Yes. And there's the wheels. And I looked at this and I thought to myself, this is one that I can do a lot of checking. He can stab. I can check this. I'm strong enough to check raise. I'm strong enough to see what this guy does. If this guy bets and this guy raises, I can fold this, all those kinds of things. So that's the part of it that makes sense to me. The part that's wrong is the guy who stabs a lot isn't the guy who flat calls in the button.
I mean,
So-
you're talking about player
Like-
tendencies.
That can
Yes.
depend. Yeah, that can vary.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So those are the reasons for, the reason for my checking includes him doing a lot of stabbing. The other reason my checking is, the see what other people do, but there's only one other person to go. So how many people here are checking this combo in this actual thing, not in the Prometheus thing, but in the actual thing? How many people here are checking this more than 50% of the time?
I am checking this more than 50% of the time in this configuration.
Me too.
Who else?
No,
Anybody else?
I'm not. I'm not checking here. This hand is not good enough to check raise.
Certainly good enough to check call, unless it
Check
goes.
call, yeah. Because the
That's
player
small.
in position is short, I would just bet.
Right? So Sam never. We have Larry 50 plus, Mike 50 plus. Anybody else doing it more than 50% of the time? Obviously, Scotty is doing it some amount of the time because it's what I did. Right? Anybody else? Daniel's doing it a lot. He's doing it 70% of the time. All right. Nobody else going to chime in? All right. We move on.
Yeah, because the other
Dean,
thing
what
is
are you
I don't
doing?
think
Pot's already kind of big, so.
Dean, what are you doing, Dean? Are you there? Dean might not be there. All right, moving on. So this particular time I checked and my thought process was board is rainbow, so I don't mind a card coming off. The only card I really hate seeing is an ace. That's the only card I hate, which is why the next card. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. The next card I thought was the ace. That's going to be later. I thought this was the one where I did that stupid thing. All right. The 5. Great. He checks. I think now I have the best hand. I think I can bet.
I agree.
And I bet, and I'm gonna do this, I believe, as the small bet into it. I'm gonna bet about 60, 70, something like that. Yep, I bet 60. I get a fold there. I get a call.
Lovely.
Great. There's the 6. And he bets out.
So he bet B25, right?
Yeah, he bet
B-
B20.
No, more like
B30?
B33, right?
Putts 400.
No,
You're right.
plus
It got
300.
counted in. He bet three. He bet a third.
So he's doing some kind of weird donk blocker sizing. We can't fold this size, and we certainly, I don't think, should raise.
Never raise.
No, don't
No,
raise.
just
But we-
call.
We
Oh,
can't fold giving these these
Oh.
odds.
We call.
What the fuck is he gonna
So it's
have?
not.
Oh, and the
that
important
bad,
thing about
though.
this guy, this is at first, I don't know why it's not written in here. Let's get it from the original thing. I didn't mention. I'm totally wrong. I've just told you the hand completely wrong. He didn't raise. This was a dead 20. He's the big blind.
Oh,
Oh,
I forgot. I'm sorry. It's written here. I just looked at it. This is a dead 20. Everything's different. Dead 20, normal raise to 60, normal call on the button, and then the dead 20 calls. With
Ooh.
that in mind,
Yeah, that changes things.
that changes everything. So now we have a lot less checking here.
No, I think you're gonna have way more checking
Okay. We check because,
because they have more combos of these fives and fours type hands, I think. Like
Right.
this king low board, at least in single raise pots type situation, is one of these where you think you get to c bet often with your top pair, and you don't. It's less.
because the 5-4 are connected?
Yeah, because a big blind range has more fives and fours and 5-4, king
And
five,
live,
king
he's got
four,
5-4 off.
king
They-
five
they might-
suited, king four
They
suited.
might have 5,
Okay.
4, or 6.
This
They might
hand
have
is-
that off.
all right, I apologize. Everything about this hand is wrong. I entered it wrong. Everything is wrong. This is what happened. This is the only reason this hand is here. I'm an idiot. Dead 20. And everybody knows what a dead 20 is, right?
So did he miss blind? So we had to put in 20 bucks?
No, this is a choice. He
This is a
putting
blind
on-
bet?
He's putting on an extra straddle, but because of the rules of the game, that straddle, he's not allowed to put on a live straddle. There's only one live straddle.
Okay,
Mhm.
and also
Live
let's
10.
talk about that more because I'm experiencing blind bets in my new game too.
Okay.
I'm not
Like,
sure how
Right.
to.
When he bets
Straddling.
this 20 here, he is not allowed to raise to a call. He is betting 20 blind, but it is a dead 20.
So in my club, it
Stupid
sounds
thing to do.
like,
There's no reason to ever do this, ever,
no,
ever.
it's
Go on.
horrible.
Yes.
In my
Go on.
club, what I was told is that he now cannot raise. And he is committed to a $20 bet. So
Yes.
if he has aces here, he's going with 20 bucks.
Right, unless he gets raised.
Unless he gets raised and then the action is opened again.
Yep, exactly.
So blind call, like, essentially.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
this is like this, and he doesn't even get position on pre-flop. This is one of the dumbest
Right.
things I've ever seen in my life.
Exactly.
Gamble.
Gamble. People are doing this because they want the pots to be bigger because they're down generally. Or they
Ah,
want
that
the
makes
pots to be
sense.
bigger because you're uncomfortable.
Are
Or
they,
on
are
money.
they
End
just
up with
fucking
aces or
degenerates?
something, so
Yeah.
they can.
Yeah, what's terrible with aces because they can't raise pre-flop.
Okay.
Right. Now, one of the things that happens is it is very common for people to call the dead 20 and not raise it because he can't raise. So it's safe to call this, whereas if this was a normal straddle or a normal big blind, he can raise you. So the button thinks I can call wide, and certainly the small blind thinks I can call wide because he's not allowed to raise. Scotty doesn't play that way. Scotty says this is an extra blind. I'm now playing a 5-10, a 2-5-10-20 game. I will raise my normal range and I will raise it to 60, and that's just what happens.
Yeah.
I don't care that his 20 his restriction. I suppose if I were in the small blind, if it ever folded all the way to the straddle, I might think about the fact that he can't raise me, and I might limp in wider, but I probably just raise wider.
What do they call his action in your casino?
Dead 20.
A dead 20.
You can also do a dead 30, dead 40, dead 100 if you want.
It's just a blind raise, essentially, right?
Blind?
Like,
It's a blind.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a blind. I mean, so I
It's
use
exactly
the term
blind.
blind bet,
Let's
but I'm
go
not sure
dead.
that
that's like,
dead 20 blind bet, same
Blind
difference.
open. Yes, that's what it's called. It's called dead 20. All right. So I just do a normal open. I get a call for
Got
3.
it.
I then decide in a single raised pot, which is what this is, This is a single raised pot. And he has got a big blind range. So this is what this is in Prometheus. I apologize to
No worries.
everyone out there. This is low jack, button, big blind. That is what this really is. And this really is a flop of king 5-4. This is what it really is. He has all these checks. I then have a bunch of checks and my king jack mixes and my particular one in this configuration, mostly checks. And this is because when you check here, this guy has got, the button has a lot of stabs.
Yeah.
And to see whether this is good enough in solver land to raise, let's give him a stab. Let's give the other guy, we'll just start with we'll give the other guy a fold just to start with. And now see, king, queen check raises. Yes, king, jack check raises. No. So nope, just normal check call. Not good enough to check raise, just check call it. Great. All right. Having said that, the whole reason this hand is here is not because the ace comes. It's because on the river, he does not donk out. That's not what happened. I bet 60. He called. On the river, he checked. I entered this wrong. And it's now my size thing. And I consciously said, as you will see in my notes, this is why I'm showing you this. Fuck Matt Affleck. And bet 105, absolutely conscious of the size. Because I think that on this line, he is tremendously weak.
For value, I'm guessing.
I'm betting for very thin value and I want to call.
Lovely.
And I got one.
Yeah.
We don't know
like
his
a
hand.
6 or 4. Okay.
Yeah. He didn't reveal it. We don't know.
I
But
think
that's what-
you don't have to say FU to Matt Affleck here. I think you can go with a normal value bet.
You think I could have gone, you're saying I could have gone the full, I could have gone the full half pot,
Yeah,
but I chose not to. I chose to go smaller
yeah.
to really bring that in because of his stubbornness. So you're saying just go 150.
Yeah, well, then think about sevens, eights, nines, tens, worse kings.
Those all easily call 150.
Was turn a bet or it was just check
Right.
through, right?
I think the king bets I think his kings all bet the turn before it comes to me. I think if it goes check, check, he bets all his kings on the turn. I think this guy does.
Yeah.
Does he bet his 6, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s on the turn? I think so.
Raise, maybe.
I think he bets them here. Should he? No, but I think he
Or,
did. I think that he has
raise would be really good on
this
the
call,
fly.
that he has ace high and a 4 a lot is what he has left. And that's what I went for that size. That's what it was. All
In
right.
Prometheus, if you were to have the button
Mhm.
stab and the big blind call, what
Yes.
does King Jack do?
Mixes folds and calls.
That's what I'm thinking.
Let's find out.
I don't know if it's strong enough to just pure
Could
call or what.
could
I think it mixes folds and calls.
On
And
such a board like that, I feel like yeah, because they have king queen in the range, right? And ace
that's here. We go
ace
back
king
here.
is even
Here's the call.
maybe not ace king, but yeah.
King jack. No, now it starts raising. Our intuition could
Raise.
not have been more wrong. Check, check,
If-
bet, call. Ton of raising.
Huh. Yeah.
King 10 starts folding. There's your line.
Yeah, the suited diamonds, is that what it was? I forget.
My
Or
suit was
did you
diamonds.
have
Yeah, my suit was diamonds.
okay.
So
Offsuit.
I mean,
no
not,
king
not
X.
that matters,
Offsuit,
but
but
yeah.
note the offsuit folds.
Where are you seeing the folds?
Those are not folds? That blue is not all folds?
No, those are
It's
calls.
called.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who's folding? Oh, it's the dark blue. No,
Yeah, no king X is folding.
all right. No king X is folding. It does not agree with, this does not agree with Joey.
Now to the bigger size. I don't know. We don't want to go down the rabbit hole.
Okay.
You just lessen your
Check,
raises, right?
check. He bets the bigger size, which he rarely does. Let's first see what we do to the fold.
Maybe you raise ace king. I don't know.
And this guy
Three
folds.
bet.
Our king.
Oop,
Oh no, I'm
you
wrong.
went one too far.
I think it's just mostly call
There's
then.
All right. Kings. We're not folding any kings. No kings fold. Now, give this guy a call.
Definitely not raise, yeah.
Give this guy a call. And now
Now they're mixing.
we got some kings folds to the big size once this guy's willing to call it. Yeah. All right.
Okay, so the sizing is definitely a thing there for sure.
All right. So the next day, we are sitting 2 to the left of Ian. Ian is someone who is going to limp 80% of his hands, maybe 85% of his hands. He is going to raise 5% of his hands, and he's going to fold 10% of his hands. Ian is going to, when he limps, he is going to call egregious sizes. He's going to call big bets. When he limps in, he wants to see the flop. Ian is a smart person who is playing poker for a different reason than you are. Ian is someone who I've known for years. From limit poker also. He's nice. He's smart. He's not often happy while he's playing poker because of this style, but he is there for a different reason. He is there for variance, and I am willing to give it to him.
So he's there for the gamble.
He is there to gamble, and I assume that some of his thought process is that it's really, really cool to beat somebody with deuce 7, something that no one else would do.
Yeah.
I think there's a certain pride and ego involved in is you can't push me around. And you can't, because the amount of money he's playing for doesn't matter to him. He's not in any trouble losing several buy-ins. He buys in short in no limit. And like that. So that's going to mold our play. Now, I have only played against Ian in no limit, maybe once before, maybe twice before. But I played him in limit a bunch.
Back in the day.
So I didn't know. So going into this, I don't know what is the amount that he will fold. Like, will he fold to $500? I don't know. But I know limp to 10, 60 is a call. Limp to 10, 70 is a call. I know that sitting down. So now we get to the real hands. And again, I apologize for the last hand being stupid.
No
All right, here we
worries.
go. First hand.
So this is with Ian, the
Ian,
gambling freak.
Ian who likes to limp call. Ian who's happy to limp call.
He's short stacked and he
No,
loves to see flops.
Likes to gamble. So there is Ian with a limp. We have ace jack. What would you like to do?
ISO. It's
Okay,
so
good.
big against Ian.
Good. What size would you like to ISO to?
Make Ian eat a
300.
hundo.
100. 100.
Yeah.
Oh my
Oh, no,
gosh.
make him eat 160. All right.
Yep, 160.
That's funny.
Right. Now, with this 160, let me see if I have any other note on this hand. It's possible there's another note. 160, nope. There is not another note. So that's all it is. So we go 160. Ian calls. Wow.
VIP.
Ian checks.
Our SPR is less than 2.
Yeah.
So Ian has like 70% of hands here. 60.
It's more. Ian has 75% of hands here.
75
Maybe,
even.
maybe Ian is missing the top 5% of hands. He has everything else. He's folding.
Yeah, I think we are interested in getting it all in. I think we go with a geometric bet sizing, which would be like maybe 25% a pot, 2%, 35% a pot.
Okay.
All
We
right.
do, we do 33% a pot. We get a call.
Huh.
That's no worse, really. I mean, it brings in the 8-10. But the 10 king was already there, so it brings in the 8-10.
Yeah. Not the best part.
Right. But it also brings in the jack 9 and the queen 9, and that's great.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Check.
You can just put it all in if you want.
Jam. Just jam.
What the fuck is he gonna show up with?
Ian says the words, we don't know. We didn't see his hand.
Hmm.
Ian says the words, I've
No,
come
no.
this, he says, I've come this far, which are the words you want to hear.
Oh my gosh.
You want to
5-4
hear the
like
words,
suited.
I've come this far. Those are good words. If
Oh,
river, we win the hand, nothing happens, except the rest of the table. You can see them looking at me,
So
making mental notes,
one from
and at least one person says to the other,
1%.
says,
Yeah.
offsuit. So they already now think that I'm a bit maniacal, unless they've played with me a lot and know that I'm
because
not.
they don't know Ian Spence.
They don't know what this adjustment is, and they just go 160 with ace jack. That's right.
That's a good thing to have.
Yes.
That's a good. That's a good
I mean,
rep to
I
have.
joked 300, but yeah, that's
There we go.
that's
The next hand,
that's cool that it works.
the next hand, we have king jack suited. Ian folds, and this guy,
Values. We
what do you want to do with king jack suited?
all
So this is an unknown.
Mhm.
Um.
And let me see if I remember him exactly.
all
Asian player, older guy. Yeah, Asian player, older guy, has a limping range, has a raising range, and then definitely has a folding range. I mean, he's definitely folds a lot of hands, you know, like
I like.
value if we
what would you like? What would you like to do here? Did I lose you guys?
No.
Okay.
Normal ISO 40-50, but table dynamics go 60-70.
Okay. 45 is enough. We get a call. Get raised to 200.
Interesting.
He folds like a normal person.
So, do we think about this as what is our 3-bet calling range? Or we think about this as what is our 4-bet calling range?
We think of this as a 3-bet. We did a
So then
reg.
this is a clear call in position.
Mm,
I think
If
it's
we're
called.
thinking of it
clear
as a 3-bet.
call, especially with somebody else to act here.
Somebody else to act is almost good for this hand. This hand doesn't mind being multi-way. I mean, you don't get ultimate position. I don't know. What do you think, Mike? What do you think, Mike, about the
I just don't think it's a clear call. I don't think that you should be calling, like, just fist pump calling. It can be a fold.
All right, let's do this.
What about king queen suited? That's a call.
Let's look at the
First, yeah, it really
the
depends on
big
the
blind. Let's look at the
player
three big blind
types.
solution that has. Go away. I don't need you. You mean nothing to me.
You're dead to me.
Dead to me. Let's go here to the 3 big blind that has calls there. My position was, when I did this, look at this, I am cut off. So we have cut off, hijack, and you are this, and that is the equivalent of a small blind. Cut off, hijack, small blind. So with that in mind, cut off opens, ignore the limper. Button calls.
Would you say
On the hijack, sorry.
Yeah,
Hijack opens,
yeah, you
cut
gotta
off.
go earlier.
Hijack opens, cutoff calls, small blind raises.
Was it the small blind or the big blind?
He's technically the small blind because it's because of the straddle.
Okay.
Is the mini blind the small? I mean, relative to this, there's only one other to act after him. Okay, we're back on the hijack. The hijack does have to worry about the cutoff. King jack suited. Oh, I played it so bad. Look at that.
Well, okay, but I mean, don't let this be the end all be all here because
No,
you're talking
it's just I
about
don't know better.
different type of players and ranges.
Right. And it is that at the time I didn't know. That's what I did bad was I thought, oh, king jack suited is a call to a 3-bet. So when you raise, and I didn't
This,
make it.
this squeeze is a better, I think, Mike, your instinct was right here.
Because I did, this is what I pictured, which is also a 3-bet, by the way, but I didn't know this. This is a bluff. All right.
3-bet? I didn't.
4-bet. It's a 4-bet bluff.
4-bet.
4-bet bluff.
Yeah, once you get a caller in here, the squeeze, then you've got to really tighten up. Like if this was just you raise and then get 3-bet, then your king jack suited can become a call.
Yeah.
But we really have to think about the player behind.
Right. This is from the button. The cutoff changes. So from the button, it's not egregious. From the cutoff, it's not GTO. And this difference is probably overspecified for our game. But look at the little sliver. So we don't break the solve. And here we go. And I do the call and he folds. This was the hand that I hate everything about poker. This is the
Yeah,
hand.
this is a very tough spot.
He checks.
Well, you don't need much protection. On this rainbow texture, all you care about is an ace, and the queen and the 10 are good.
Mm-hmm.
I think we check back.
I'm checking back.
Right. Because exactly. Queen and 10 are good for me. All I don't
Yeah.
want to see is what's the next card, everyone?
Ladies and
The
gentlemen, here is our ace.
I give you the ace. Right. And this was the one that I thought the other one was. Yeah, I give you the ace. And the note that we have is, at the time, check check. Do you ever check here? Yes, I did. Why? Ace. Why do I play this stupid game? All right. He bets 150.
Into 450.
460. He bets 1/3.
Yeah, we're very different, but I don't think we fold yet.
Yeah, I think we have to lose. I think we have to lose 1B33 here. We're drawing only two. We have 5 outs if he has an ace. But I think it's too weak to just fold here, given that we went check, check. Everybody else just folding straight up here?
I'm not folding yet.
And is there anything to know about this player?
Yes, he's betting 150.
Okay, but I mean, you haven't played with him. You don't have any experience.
I don't have any note. I don't even have a note here on which guy it was.
Yeah.
It's just,
I think versus an unknown like this, yeah, probably fold. But if you have reads that he can take some bluffs and has a wider range than.
Yeah. These guys, I can say that in general, in the 3-5-10 game, these guys have bluffs in their range. In general.
In general, yeah.
General population does have, maybe not in this exact situation like this. Do they not bluff without the ace? I'm saying that this player pool has bluffs in various bluffable situations.
I mean, this is the turn I would pick the bluff if I was him.
I mean, he has bluffs. He has like queen
really
jack
good.
suited.
Because they still have queens and jacks and
He
tens.
has king 10
Has to bet the
diamond.
range.
I would be surprised, Daniel, to see a pocket queens, pocket jacks, or pocket tens choose to bluff this. The one that I would see, of those three, the one that I would think was most likely was pocket tens. But I think
it's nice to
queens, if you check back the king, they check back the ace for the same reason as I did. They they didn't like the king, they go, but but ace is the only bad thing, and then they got it.
Just because of ace queen, I would just want to be blocking ace queen.
But they absolutely can have. They absolutely can have jack, queen jack suited here, and choose to do this on this equity card. So he does it. I call. River's a deuce. He bets 500.
Into 600, so basically pot size. Yeah.
500 to 700.
Yeah.
Size up. And
Yep. Fold.
I just fold with the note I can't justify anything about this hand.
Is it a 3-bet pot?
This was a 3-bet pot, yes. Okay. Next thing was I was in the small blind in a in a multi-limp pot with king 9 offsuit, and I folded. I didn't know the range well enough, and then I went and looked at it, and this is an obvious call. And I believe that the flop was king 9. I believe there was action on the turn, and I believe the river was a 9. All right, here we go. This has a note. All right.
What was your king 9 question? Like you were in the small blind and it had like multiple limpers.
Yeah, I was in the quote big blind, which is the small blind because of the straddle. But yeah, it went like limp or limp to me, and the question was completing with a king 9 offsuit in the small blind, in this position, and I folded it. And I wanted to look it up. What is it? And the old poker coaching one goes all the way down to king 8.
Okay, that kind of changes though with this straddle business, right?
Yeah, you have to be the big blind. The small blind is the big blind is what I call the small blind. I'm in the half blind. In this blind, you don't complete anything. This range here should be the same as, I don't know, like the cutoff range.
And you raise or fold, never complete.
Yeah, because you're out of position against everybody, and if your hand is good enough to put in 8 more, it's like worse than limp. It's
right, because you got to put in 8, not 3.
It's your limping it's your limping strategy from here. So if the under the gun limps, what would you limp with in this position? I suppose you could limp with that, which should be nothing, right? So yeah, the 2 that you're in for is 0, but the 5 you're in for is not 0. And I know that it's only $3 difference, but mathematically it's a big difference.
Okay.
5x, 2x, huge difference. All right. Yeah, I should have called that one. So we have a caller, and then we have, this is not written here, but this is Ian limping. It should say, oh no, it did. It said that was Ian. There's Ian. So Ian's got about $200 left. This guy's got a full stack. Ian limps behind. It comes to me. I look to my left and I see at least one of these guys is already folding. So I do not have 1, 2, 3, 4 players behind me here to act. I have 2 players to act plus this guy who could be limping a better hand. What would you like to do with king queen suited?
160.
Liam is not in this hand. Oh, Liam is in this hand.
Yeah. 160. Come on.
Wow.
Kitty game is down the street, kid.
Now it should have, if I had been a little more observant, this would not have been 210. This would have been 190. This would have been 200, 195. I didn't need to put in the extra 15. I'm aiming solely at Ian to get this guy to fold, to get a call here from a much worse range.
And run your act footer.
Yeah. I do. He calls all in. He has deuce 4 suited. and
Wow.
one of the floormen comes over to me later in the hand. I mean, later, and kind of whispers in my ear, deuce 4 suited. And I say, totally within range.
So, I have a question about Liam.
Yeah.
Is Liam so excited at the end of the hand that he won? Does he turn over his hand before you turn over your hand? Or does he wait for you to turn over your hand?
We've probably turned them over. We've probably turned them over to show them before the board even came out.
Oh, you just ran it. Okay.
We may have done that. I don't remember. Oh no, he turned it over first. I think what happened was, and he didn't blind. I think what happened was we get to there and I go, I think you turn first. And he goes 2-4. And I go 2 pair. And he goes, well, really 1 pair. I go, more, still enough. And I don't think I showed people that it was king. I don't think I showed the king queen suited.
Okay.
I don't remember if I showed it or not.
Did you get any nasty side eyes from the rest of the table?
No, I think at this point they kind of I think that at this point the shock was all about him, not me.
Yeah, they took the attention off of you.
But he got nasty. Yeah, he absolutely, you called 210 with 4 deuce suited, and it's like, what are you guys not paying attention to here?
I mean,
Like, yes, he's going to call. Is this not how we describe? Why did you think my description was wrong at the beginning of this session? Apparently they're not here. All right. So that's that hand. Next one with a mistake. Ace 7 suited. You're going to like part of this hand. All right. Ace 7 suited in the straddle. We get a raise and a call. And the initial, is it the, yeah, I think it's the caller here. Right. Okay. The one thing I remember about this hand that's important, the caller is definitely not a good player.
okay.
The
Button
initial guy
is,
had no note on him. And this is a fold, by the way. This is a clear fold in GTO world. And it didn't feel anywhere near like a fold in game.
Hmm.
And I think this is because seeing everybody else's ranges, how wide they are, this would be a strong hand in, much stronger than what you'd expect to see in the blind. You'd get ace 7 off here sometimes, but that doesn't mean that it was right for me to do this. I thought it was at the time. It felt right. It's not right.
what ranges are you pre-flop ranges are you looking at?
Just normal, just the 3x low jack with a button call.
Okay.
This is out. If you've never
Yeah.
seen range,
I think you can definitely expand to these nutted hands when you have a really bad player in the hand,
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah. And we're 150 deep, which is nice for this. But just to see it, here we go. This is going to be under the gun raise, button calls. Here's your big blind.
It comes in at 200 bigs on peak.
Great. Then at 150, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
peak is no rake, right?
No, this is use the 6 max. Peak has a 6 max rake.
I'm looking at 8 max.
I'll put it up because I'm here. Let me move the meeting chat out of the way.
I was looking at 8 max,
Okay, let's go 6 max and see how bad it is. 6 max.
but it's not going to give you 200 bigs.
Button calls. Oh, we don't have 200?
No, you just have 100 bigs on.
Oh,
Looks
hold on.
like.
6 max, only 100. Yeah, you're only going to get it at 200.
Yeah. So deeper stack depth, you get the implied odds.
All right. So for those of you who want to see what that looks like now, I feel less bad.
Well, you're looking at 100 bigs off. This is a fold.
So are you.
It's true. Now you're going to see something good.
Under the gun.
Now you get to rationalize your life choices.
Sure. There you go. This was 150. There was a rake. Rake considerations are for poor people. Whatever.
Yeah,
But
this
my
is-
mistake is not the entertaining thing about the hand. And at the time, this seemed completely normal. And by the way, I think this is a better fold than a call. I think it is in this dropped environment against these players. I think that this is not egregious, but I think it's a better fold than a call still.
pre-flop.
Pre-flop, I think it is.
Okay, I can get down with the fold.
I check, the pre-flop aggressor checks, and we get a half pot bet here.
Hmm. What do we know about the initial raiser?
Nothing. I don't have any note on even which guy it is. I can't even picture him at the table.
You have the best 7. It's a very easy place. We know in theory it's a high stab situation.
Yeah.
I think we call one.
Maybe we call one. I'd like to have a single diamond out there, but you can't always have what you want. He folds, everything's normal.
One done.
Queen. All right. We're ready to, we're probably done with the hand, right?
Yeah. Let's see what
Except, here's why I don't get done with the hand. When he bets just over half pot here, I now you know, where the bet, I don't believe him now. So I believe he has an eight. He has lots of eights. He has eights and he has flush draws, right?
Mhm,
And then but what two pair does he have? He has 8-7, right?
mhm.
What two pair should he have? 8-7 suited. What 8-7 suited is available? 8-7 of spades. That's the only one. We in the board block all the others.
Yeah.
So the only two pair that makes any sense is 8-7 of spades. Now, yes, he can have the offsuit parts of it, but he can't have, I mean, he can't have 7 deuce and he can't have 8 deuce, even suited, right? That's a question,
Yeah, it's not
And I
Ian.
don't know. I'm not ready to say absolutely no.
right?
You
That's
said
because
Ian
Larry,
folded, so
Larry plays live poker.
Because especially if it's suited, he's got suited combos.
Right. So because of those, he can have a set of deuces. He can have a set of sevens, but that's really hard to have. He can have a set of eights that he didn't 3-bet. You can call eights here. So there are some sets of eights here. Okay. Not a lot of there's not a lot of two pair, it seems. And all of his eights have to hate the queen.
Yeah, that's
All
always
of
the
them.
question here.
So when he bets this with the queen coming, I just went, this slams you to flush draws.
Yeah, I think that's valid.
That's what I feel. I don't mean they're all flush draws. But it's like it's almost like if he checked behind, I'd be more scared. 9-10. Yeah. 9-10, 10 jack. Sure. Where he picks up some equity on a draw. But it's downgrading his eights and he still bets.
Yeah, that I understand that thought process.
So now one of the things we look for in bluff catching is, does the story make sense? And it makes sense for some hands, but very few.
Doesn't make sense for naked eight.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense for queen eight. Queen eight suited, kind of hard to have queen eights. You know, it's kind of queen eight suited is a weird hand to play here for a raise, but I call.
Holy shit.
Great. Great. What do you want to do?
Okay, so the first question I want to ask myself is his double barrel bluffs bricks. He does have some clubs. He does have straights around the 8-7.
Yep.
We feel like his line didn't make sense, and that's why we called
Right.
turn, which means we're giving him a more bluff heavy range, right?
Yeah.
Then we check.
Right. Exactly. Because the other hands that made sense here,
8-7.
you know, the pocket eights, the pocket deuces, the one pair of
Yeah.
pocket sevens all have us beat. There's no reason to bet into those. The two pair that we don't expect him to have, the exact 8-7 of spades, which would be great that we have beat. Is that going to bet the river for us?
I think he's got 8-7 off too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
they are gonna bet the river for you.
And they
Absolutely.
might bet the river for us, and they would also call our bet, both. So that's not a bad thing to check too. Same for the queen eight that we don't expect him to have, but that he can have. But all of his bluffs might continue, might go for it.
Yeah, agreed.
This seems like a really good check call, and only even consider check raising if there's something egregious about his sizing.
Yeah,
And then we just think about it. And his sizing is 200. Not egregious at all. Absolute no-brainer call, right?
agreed.
Right, of course we do. He says two pair out loud,
yeah, you get their ace queen of clubs.
right? He says two pair. I say, which two?
Yeah,
And he shows this one
that's
Larry-
that makes sense.
because Larry plays live poker. And I did not expect that.
Yeah,
And he grumbles about the fact that I have 5 outs.
that's such a weird, like, not to make a long story here, but I sat down at a table like 2 Fridays ago, and remember that box I showed you with the hand I showed you with the sevens top set?
Yes.
And right after, the guy's like, this fucking dude comes to the table 10 minutes, takes all my profit for the night.
Mhm.
I was like, I'm really uncomfortable now, and you're a lot bigger than me.
Just 5 outs, but like you could bluff and swing outs then.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
All right, we like this hand.
Here we go. The vlogger, the guy, he's got a camera there to vlog. I ask him I was like, oh, are you vlogging? Like, I was gonna ask, oh, where can I see it? Because there's nothing wrong with going and seeing the vlog of the people you play with.
Sure.
That'd be great. And he says, I'm just playing with some video editing, stuff. I said, cool.
Interesting.
He definitely seemed like he could play. He definitely had bluffs in his range, and his bluffs in his range included jams. So he seemed like he could play. Ian, of course, calls.
On the short stack.
Okay. Here we have ace king.
150, but then maybe you want to put, yeah, 150 is fine.
Right. 150 is fine. But how much will Ian call?
Ian calling all in.
Yeah. Ian will call all his 265 off. He'll call
If you put your
295 off.
card.
So 300.
Yeah, 300. 310 because I didn't estimate his stack exactly or whatever.
Where's this
I'll
game at?
overdo this.
Like,
It's like, yeah, and let's get this guy to, let's put a lot of pressure on this guy's just normal opening range, and it is ace king. And the reason you don't want to go huge with ace king, you don't want to get all the folds, but Ian's not folding.
Yeah.
Right. So let's go. Uh-oh. Now, he thought for a little while before calling because this is oversized and ridiculous. We don't know if he was thinking about re-raising or what. We don't know what he was thinking. But he was a thinker. He knew something about poker. He could easily be better than me. He is, I can't tell you, I can't put a floor on how good he is because I can't remember I don't have any notes on whether he ever limped in, what mistakes he made, but we saw him do good things. So he is at a minimum, he is competent. He could easily be better than me or much better than me. We don't know. And this is a weird size and everything like this. We don't know if he knows why we're making it this big. We don't know if he's figured out what this is about. He may think he may just think that I'm weird, but he did see me make the egregious ace jack. He's seen me make egregious sizes. He may just not understand, like maybe he thinks this is ace jack again, not understanding the difference in my mind. But he ends up calling. Ian, of course, calls all in. So this pot is protected. If you have to get a flop, which does not have an ace or a king in it now, what is the one card you most want not to be in that flop?
Queen?
Yep. And the actual note that I have here to make it clear is this 7-4 is made up. All I know is it's Queen XX. That's all I remember. All I saw was the queen.
Yeah, I always get very uncomfortable here because Queen X should be a big part of the calling range. King Queen, even though you're blocking it. Ace Queen, even though you're blocking it. Queen Jack suited some people.
Yeah.
I
Right.
agree. This is bad.
This is bad. But
Yep.
this pot is protected by Ian.
Yep.
So he can't just blithely bluff here. He could maybe make a move with tens or jacks here, which is perfectly fine. But
Yeah.
he
And
can't like jump in with ace jack offsuit here thinking that this is a great idea to put money in.
he has to know that when you're betting into a protected pot, that you shouldn't be doing crazy stuff,
either. Right,
which is why I like a C bet here.
okay. That's a good way to think of it. Because I can't be doing something crazy, I can do something crazy.
Yep. It's
Good.
not even all that crazy, but
Crazy. And Ian protecting the pots, so what?
yeah, you're destroying his.
Ian's
It
got-
doesn't matter what he has.
I'm destroying his range. He just might have he might have cards. I can't get him to fold, but I'm destroying his range. That's really good. Larry, what would you do here if you hadn't heard what Mike said?
I like Mike's thought. I'm not supposed to bet into a dry side pot, so I bluff into a dry side pot. I think it's a good idea.
Okay, great.
I think I would check.
Yeah, I wish Mike was sitting with me. I checked for the first level obvious reason, and I think Mike's is much better there for the second level obvious reason. Okay, so I checked, and wonder of wonder, miracle of miracles, he checks behind. Great. We easily both have ace king here. This is just fine. I'm perfectly happy with us splitting Ian's money.
Hello.
Hey, we got an ace.
So
Having checked the flop, what do you want to do here, Larry? I'm not asking Mike first. I'm asking Larry first.
so we could strip him of ace queen, obviously because of blockers, but also because of betting patterns.
Mhm.
Uh, maybe we can give him less showdown that he's going to check back, or more showdown rather. He's going to check back because of the dry side pot. I think we need the value bet. Now the question, our SPR is 1, close to 1, whatever. A good player is going to think this is a good enough spot to stack off. And so I think we can think about stacking off here. And we bet a 60% pot. 60% pot.
That's such a good idea. My notes in this, I think, actually say why.
Are you going to ask me, Scotty?
Now you can ask, yeah, but I was hoping Larry was going to get it wrong. I know you're not going to get it wrong. And by the way, not because Mike is a
No.
better player than you, Larry, but because Mike has a better handle on this hand, clearly, than both of us.
No, that's no worries.
Well, I was actually thinking you can check here
Yes! Thank you, Mike. Why? Why can I check here?
because I mean you've got a strong hold on the hand,
Mhm.
most likely.
Yep.
And you have a player who's probably can make some thinner value bets now that you've checked twice.
Yeah. Good. Thank you. I knew there was, I was hoping Larry was gonna, I knew there was a valid reason out there, not the one I did. I checked because my hand didn't pick up any chips. I just watched it go check. What are you checking for? And then, not a great thing, but a good thing. He bets 240.
All right, so you've got a check raise opportunity here.
Do.
What he bet 240 into what? Into like 800?
Into 930.
Into, sorry, 930. Yeah, so I think you've got an obligatory check raise. It feels uncomfortable. I think, yeah, it's a check raise. It's a check raise and then get it all in.
Okay.
Yeah, what can he call to your check raise? He can call a lot of weaker ace X. He's got some ace jack suited. He's got some ace 10 suited. I don't think I think we can strip him of a lot of his ace queen suited because blockers and betting pattern.
I agree.
And so, and also, yeah, I think we need to check raise, shove river.
My question is, I know you said 7 and 4 were made up, but are those diamonds relevant?
No.
Okay,
None
so
of the
you don't know what those suits were.
Okay.
Was it two-tone?
I don't know what's blocking what. I don't know if there's a rainbow. I don't know if it was rainbow or this is all, these cards are made up.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we check raise. I mean, we know solver plays super aggressively in a lot of situations with its ace king,
Yeah.
trying to stack lesser ace X.
Yeah.
And so I think we take that line here.
I do not know why I played this pot so bad in game when if any of you guys did this, I would be advising you to do exactly what Larry says. I don't know what went wrong in my brain when I called here. And I will tell you what the thought process was, and it is wrong. Since the pot is protected, my check raise contains no bluffs. Therefore, he can play perfectly against my check raise. He knows not only do I always have an ace, but I always have an ace that it's good, that I'm willing to stack off with. He, knowing that I bet that I did the 210 here, I mean, the 310 pre-flop, my ace is almost definitely ace king. And when it's not ace king, it's ace queen, and I was slow playing that. So he can fold everything to my raise.
This is your thought process in game.
In game, at the time, he can fold everything here.
Well, and you weren't giving him any ace jack, ace 10.
I thought it was very hard for him to have ace jack here to the 310.
Yeah.
I thought that he has ace king that he chose not to jam with there. Where it doesn't matter. Some ace queen suited, which I don't think he has now, given the action.
One combo.
Well, no, don't get that from the suits.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
We don't know. But just from the action.
Yeah.
Is Jack that's stabbing a weird stab, but it's stabbing, to kind of deny equity, I don't know what it's thinking to try to get my king to, I don't know what it would do. I just went like this and went, my hand is face up if I raise him, and he can play perfectly against it. Plus he probably has ace king anyway. So who cares? And so I just called. The river comes a blank. I put it as a 2 of clubs, but it's just a blank. We don't know what it is. And here's
check.
a really good place for me to go for, just a few hundred that he kind of has to call with a bad ace or something. But I check. And he says the words, okay, I give up. And checks behind with his whatever the bluff was going to be.
Okay. So the check raise would have not gotten you any money, but I think it's a check raise spot on turn.
And I win a very large pot that should be at least $200 bigger, if not. And I just looked at it and kind of kept looking at my stack of whites going, this should be 2 higher. There should be at least 2 more whites here. And I thought that for another 4 hands.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I think it was kind of relevant if those other 2 cards, if it's two-tone, I think check raising is better, but checking behind on a rainbow, I think is good.
I don't even, during the hand, I probably knew what they were, probably.
So actually, to be results oriented, you played it perfectly because all he had was a bluff.
Probably.
Yeah. Unless it was two-tone and he had king jack of diamonds and you check raise and then he calls off with that or something.
Yeah.
Now I want to know what our friend Ian had.
We do not see Ian's hand.
He does not turn it over.
The second he says that, I turn over ace king, put $1 on it, push it in, and wait for Ian to go deuce 4, which he didn't, and we get a big pot. But
Nice.
I think I played it terribly.
So now Ian reloads for the min, which is $500.
Yeah, 400. Ian reloads. And anybody have anything intelligent to help me with on this hand?
You played it terribly. You
Yeah.
played it terribly. You played it exactly like I would have.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, I think you bet.
Didn't I follow your moves? Exactly. Didn't I say, what did we do? We check again, and he bet, you called, and then you checked the river hoping for a bluff, and he just didn't do it.
Okay. And the problem is his bluff there, again, is well, the side pot's not dry anymore.
Yeah.
So I guess the idea that Ian is protecting the bluffs is not actually true. He's protecting a little bit of the bluff. The bluff is not as valuable. And I don't.
Yeah, I think you bet turn. I think you bet turn, hoping he has ace jack suited, and this is live. He's gonna have ace jack suited. He's gonna have ace 10 suited.
Yeah.
And so I think I think solvers has showed us that we want to play aggressively with our top pair, top kicker, ace king.
Right. So I agree with all of that. What did I have to do? How do I have to change my thinking in game for me to see what I can clearly see now, what I can easily articulate now?
Well, let's go back to turn. All right, so here we are in turn.
Right.
Okay, check flop. Yeah. Okay, now.
Oh, no, Mike, you weren't going to play it exactly like me. You were
Yeah,
betting
that's right.
flop
The flop I would have bet. Yep.
with the flop, and that
Yep.
changes everything.
Yep.
If I bet the flop, I bet the turn, and I bet the river.
Yeah.
Yeah. We probably had the best hand on the flop anyway.
So clearly you made a more profitable playing game because he had air, but
Or he had a pair.
yeah, the sevens or eights or sixes or something.
No, I mean, no, like a pocket pair.
Tens or jacks. Or...
Yeah, yeah.
Jacks that he just played, like tends to try to get my jacks to fold on the turn or something.
So the way I would think about this spot here is we can strip him of a lot of queen X because he didn't bet.
Right,
We can really strip him of ace queen, which is the nightmare hand,
right,
because he didn't bet.
right.
And so we've got the best ace X, and we want to extract value from what we think is a wide 3-bet calling range, even though we used a ridiculous size.
Mhm.
So he's got ace jack, he's got ace 10.
I don't think he has a wide, I don't think his range was wide there. I really didn't.
Okay. You think
I
he had
thought
like
it was a
jacks
tight
or
calling range, but
jacks or tens, I think are pretty.
he can have ace jack suited.
Yeah. So we want to, the way I would think about this spot is solver showed me that when we have this very best ace X, we aggressively play it because we're trying to extract value from other ace X that cannot fold.
Mhm.
And so we take that line. We go geometric here, B60, trying to extract value from the ace X in his range that we beat.
Right.
Because again, it cannot fold. I mean, obviously humans can, but solver doesn't fold like, it doesn't fold its ace jack here very often.
Right. And so if I had to put a name on the category of mistake I made, I think it was a leveling mistake. Because my thought was, if I raise here, my hand is face up and he can play perfectly against it because of the protected nature of the pot.
Yeah,
That-
I think that's valid.
That was what I thought. I said, if I raise here, my hand is face up.
I don't think it's a blunder. I mean, and we know it's not a blunder because he had a bluff, or he had some kind of semi bluff with like a low pair.
Right.
So we know it's not a blunder, but I think it's a check raise because again,
Okay.
I think he's got some ace jack, ace 10 that is value betting.
As played, when we don't check raise there, Mike, if you got here this way, you're checking the river and letting him continue.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Maybe it's not so bad. Maybe it's not.
Yeah, you don't just come out and now donk the river.
That's what I thought. That was the other thing. When I did it there, I was thinking, I just donk for 200, just some number that he can't fold anything to. Just some weird bet.
Except all his bluffs.
Yeah. Right. All his bluffs he can fold. All right. Maybe it's not as terrible. I really thought, I mean, as you see, these are my notes. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this?
So you write your notes immediately after on your phone, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
As soon as I can. All right. We like aces.
Oh, I was gonna take a break, but I step away,
Okay,
but I
what?
can't when you got aces.
I got aces. We can also stop. It's 12:30. You guys want to stop or go on?
The storytelling is riveting. I'm on the edge of my seat. Every,
Yeah, I'm
every
down.
street.
Let's keep
Right.
going.
Here we go. All right, aces. All right, here we go. Aces.
D's in, the pretty girl went away.
I don't see Ian.
I was looking for him.
I
Oh
was
no.
looking for Ian too. He's still there, but it's just not relevant to this hand. Fold pre. Thank you, Dean. All right, we just do a normal raise to 30. Oh, I know what it is about this hand. I remember this hand. Yeah, Ian folded. Ian's there. He's sitting right there folding.
He was
The
in his bottom
straddle is-
20%.
okay. I believe that this is the hand where, yep, the person who raises here is the vlogger.
Ah,
So raise, call, goes to 200. This hand is purely, this is purely about the size.
so you guys are very deep. So you're
We
playing
are very deep. This is accurate.
you're playing 300 big blinds deep, right?
27. I've got
Okay.
more.
20. Okay.
But
okay.
my 3,000 could be wrong. I could have more than 3,000. What's important is that the effective stack was 2,700 in the hand is the important
Okay,
thing.
so you're playing 270
believe
big
it was-
blinds deep.
I believe it was him. It could have been me, by the way. I could have been the one with 2,700 for all I know.
So I think Mike might know this better. I think now I think your traps go away for obvious reasons because you've got two flatters. You don't want to give them a price.
Yeah,
And you're playing very deep, which also reduces your traps. So for this
doesn't-
reason,
and
sorry,
he
go
doesn't
ahead.
have a lot of bluffs, we don't think. This is just a stupid place to bluff.
Yeah, well, there's people that find it, right?
He might have weaker squeeze. I mean, he might have king jack suiteds here.
And you might have ace five suited would be interesting.
He could.
But I mean, really good players will have a squeeze here.
It's hard to have ace five suited here, with this many players.
I mean, yeah, I think you're right. Right, good. Like,
Yeah,
I
but
think you have players that are playing for a living at this
Yeah.
stakes.
Yeah.
And so like Peter stay in school, the guy that I listened to. I mean, I don't know his pre-flop ranges, frankly, but he's probably adjusting to what he thinks about you, et cetera, et cetera. But there's a lot of dead money out there that you can squeeze. So I think there is a squeezing range that's going to have bluffs here for a good player.
Can you not squeeze like 5-4, 6-5 here? Or
I wouldn't do the
ace-5?
5-4. I would do the ace five, but not the 5-4.
I think you want blockers. You want blockers to the
Yeah.
best.
I just think about it just because you're doing well in it. Like you're doing well regardless what the board is, you know?
Let's look at it. Let's look at it.
Just because like
yeah, you have to look at it
if
in
it's a low board, you're doing well. If it's a high
max, yeah,
board,
okay,
your
it's
range is
good
doing well. But
look at
I
it
don't
here
know.
because otherwise you're not going to get this many flats. You're not going to. I don't know if you're going to get flats.
Maybe it probably
this
has
many
to be
flats
cut
here.
off.
We
though,
have
but,
here.
yeah.
Got to move you out of the way and fold you. Okay, so here we go. So with a
Hijack's
hijack
kind of tight
raise,
actually.
stop it, go away. With a hijack raise, oh guy, there we go. With a once again, with
The
the
one thing-
hijack raising, call, small blind squeezing range. You'll notice you don't have any of
Oh,
this.
you know,
It's
it's not
very
even
linear.
good.
Yeah,
I
but
just
there's your
realized
ace five suited,
going
king jack suited
first
to the blockers.
is not good for that hand, but being really deep is good for that hand.
I
But
mean, I
being
think when
deep-
you're, I think
going first sucks though.
theory here is that you want to
button was-
now you want to squeeze and steal and not play out of position. So you want to have blockers to their aces and their kings
Yeah.
and their ace king. So you end
But,
up with this very, very linear. This is
Yeah.
you're right
like,
that
out
this
of
is a linear
position, too.
range here.
Right.
I was Scotty. I was thinking a little liberally in this squeeze range.
On the button,
But-
it looked like it did it. For
This is a
cutoff for
bluff.
button.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bluff.
Ace queen is a bluff here.
Queen jack is a bluff.
here.
King jack is a bluff.
King queen suited is kind of bluffy.
Hmm.
They're all bluffs.
Scotty, do you have the 300 big
Yeah,
blind?
yeah, good
Was
point. Mike.
was it doing it in the
No,
button?
no, I don't have the 300. Do you want to do it?
Yeah, I just did it.
Show it.
This is crazy. So I'm using 300 big blinds
Right.
with a 4x here to start.
Yeah.
Does that seem all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Call, small blind.
Yeah, linear as fuck.
And it doesn't have while it has an eight, while it has, some nonsense, queen eight suited, ace seven suited, it doesn't have your 5-4, 6-4, 7-4 here. 7-5.
Yeah,
7-6.
that's more of like
5-4.
those hands down low is just like so you're unblocking their folds essentially. Like you're just I feel like
So-
Now,
It's just
it
such a weird
could,
raise.
things could change because these two players aren't 300 big blinds deep.
Right,
So there could be, you know, some weird thing about these players being shallower than 300.
I think if you widen the range, it's probably gonna squeeze more like just anything. Just because I don't think they're calling that tight of a range. Like,
Okay.
Now,
but I don't
Scotty,
know.
yes.
you haven't seen the surprising thing yet.
Oh, gotta go to the surprising thing. Let me
Yeah.
stop sharing. I was not surprised yet. To see what the response to the squeeze is?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
This threw me. Are you ready
Ready?
for the reveal?
I'm ready.
I'm surprised at the calls. This is
I am
because it's so
surprised
deep.
at the calls.
So it's so deep. Now you're calling aces because you need to protect your calling range.
Like this, literally.
So you're
300.
not five betting aces
Pure.
because you need to protect your calling of ace king.
It's because they're calling behind you like really strong too, or raising. I guess
So the
button can
people
still,
behind you, when you call, the people behind you fold everything, right? Let's call.
because I don't know why it would be so tight if they always fold behind you, but I don't know.
Call the high bet so
This
much.
is shocking. I mean, we're
This is-
also programmed on 100 big blind
This
ranges.
is like ICM like ranges like in the
You
bubble.
want me to click call, Scotty? Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
click call. Let's look what I think behind this call, they're just gone.
Call.
They're they're calling like
Jesus.
these weird wide odds hands.
Yeah. They're calling, they're
Why
calling,
is it so?
They're calling to
That's
play
crazy.
bingo.
they're calling for a set.
It's like
And
yeah, I guess the
most of the time they're
rake.
folding that. And the
It's the
cutoff
rake
can't
was
call
the
anything.
size, yeah.
The cutoff called his queens and folded them most of the time.
I'm gonna do this
Not
as
most of the time, sorry.
HRC.
Called his queens and like that. All right. So, so who here is in favor of, in this configuration, flat calling?
With
I am not, no,
I
I
didn't
don't
even
think
consider it.
no,
I-
we are not flat calling.
Now, if
In-
we
in the
flat
small
call
blind?
here, what do we know about how these guys are gonna play?
You're gonna take aces multi-way and play out of position to part of the table.
These guys are calling, these guys are not calling less if I call, they're calling more.
Yes, share your screen, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Share my screen.
that's what I'm gonna solve pre-flop
Yeah,
like that.
the so Derek is not here to yell at me, but this is not ever a flat. Now the question, I think you go, and I don't, so this stack depth 4-bet sizing ranges are bigger. And so I think we go up, maybe we go up to a full 3x.
Oh, see, my thought here, I didn't know that. By the way, Mike, would you look at one thing?
Yeah.
Look at when the aces fold here, when this, when this character folds, whether these guys go wider or tighter in their calling.
Did you what?
Yeah,
I think they now get some implied odds plays.
I think that when I fold, he gets to call a little bit wider than before. And when he folds and this guy's heads up, he gets to call a little bit wider than before. But in reality, in the real world, when I call, this guy calls wider. And when this guy calls even wider.
Agreed.
So let's make sure that that's wrong. That
Okay.
doing that. That's what I believe happens.
Do you want to see it? Hang on.
Yeah, let's see it.
That's why it's nice to open. That's why live you open big because people call too much and then
All right. So we fold here. The
We
next
fold here.
player.
Cut off. So look at all the hands that he would have folded before. He would have folded his ace queen suited and his ace king offsuit when I called.
And all this too, right?
Right. And he calls so he calls way wider. Now let's look at what the button gets to do after the cutoff calls.
Oh, calls or folds?
Yeah, cutoff. Now when the cutoff calls, what's the button get to do? He only gets to call, that much. Now have the cutoff fold. Let's see the button. Much wider. Right.
Now he's got to play some implied odds.
Right. So with that in mind, I think those guys play the exact opposite of this.
I agree. I think when they see the pot grow and they've got sixes, they're gonna call all the time.
Right, which by the way, means that my calling of the aces here, sorry, let me go to Zoom, share the screen. And
Can
that,
you, Sam, can you mute,
I
please?
got him. I just did him. I got him.
Okay, no
Okay.
worries.
So
Yeah,
I,
I think it's a much bigger, I think it's like 600 bucks.
okay, so I thought that in position, it's 2.3 plus some of the dead money. That's what I thought.
Yeah, in the deeper stacks, your four bets are always bigger than the normal
Right, and I didn't think about that.
100 big blind. In fact, this sim here that we were looking at,
Yes.
it goes to 1, 2, 3.5x.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, you're just incentivized to
Okay.
get like, just, I think the motivation is that you just want to fucking win free. I don't know why, I think we go, I don't know what the reasoning is.
Right.
Why Solver decided it
That-
wanted
that-
to make these sizes.
Dead money.
Also has bluffs. So my thought was completely wrong on that, and this is the size I did. Fold,
Still
fold.
looks strong as fuck, and he should fold a lot.
He did. He looked at me, thought about it. Somebody may have said that is so strong. After he folded, somebody said, "Oh, that is so strong." But yep, he just folded it, whatever it was.
And ace, it's like even they have to fold aces.
Good job, vlogger.
Yeah, but that tells you the vlogger there has more than just queens plus ace king. He's probably
Yeah.
calling ace king there at least.
So
Where
I
do we
thought
get to see his video of that?
great. That'd be great.
He
All
didn't
right.
give away his vlog name, huh?
Nope.
I think he was bullshitting with his, I'm editing. I'm just playing with editing.
How do they just use their
Bullshit.
phones to video and
Yeah.
stuff?
He just had his phone aimed down at his cards, kind of seeing a
Yeah.
view of the table like that.
It's like they just randomly like show the hand, and you're like, oh,
They have
aces.
to ask for permission at
Have to
most
ask-
casinos to do it.
Have to ask for permission from the casino.
And saying, well, I just want to play around with editing. That doesn't get you a yes.
Yeah. So who knows?
He's lying.
Yeah.
Did he have an English accent?
No.
Okay, never mind.
So here we go. The 8 deuce suited guy, if you remember him. He 3-bets 5-4 suited on the button versus the low jack -1, who happens to have king. He wins the hand with 2 pair. The guy doesn't show his king, but he says it was king. We don't care. But somebody asked him about his 3-bet with 5-4 suited, and he says the words, GTO, it's a raising hand, 100% in position. And I do not say out loud to him, and 8 deuce suited?
Yeah.
All right.
You showed some restraint.
Right. Instead, I typed it here so I could say it to you guys.
Yeah, well done.
Right. Ian limps.
tap it.
I go to 185 with ace king, and for the first time he folds. He said he would have called if there had been a second caller. So this is the first time we've seen Ian break the Ian rule.
So did you put the all in with the 185?
No, just 185. He probably had, 400, 500, 600, something in that range, whatever it was. Limp. Ian does the second limp. The 8 deuce suited GTO expert goes to 105. The first guy calls and Ian folds. This is the second time Ian's fold. What's changed? He's short and he's rebought. Is it that?
So
This is
maybe he's down. He doesn't want to gamble as much.
Maybe. So something has changed, and this is my note in real time for it.
Are you setting us up for another Ian hand?
Oh, yeah, it's still coming. Yeah, the next hand is a definite Ian hand. Here we go. Here's the
All
next-
right, so you gave us a nice narrative to set up an
Right.
Ian hand.
With 8-3 suited. It goes limp. Ian is gonna be in the small blind. So Ian is in the small blind. And there we are in the straddle.
Thank you, gentlemen, for the flop.
Thank you for the flop of flush. 3 players behind. If we bet, this is not a donk bet because there is no one who has taken the initial aggression.
Yeah.
This is not a donk bet, and so don't think about your donk theory here. Ian checks. What do you want to do with a flop flush with 3 behind?
I still like check raising more than donking.
Me too. I go for the check. It checks around.
Sad face. No diamond.
Sad face. No diamond, but a king.
Okay, so, these get weird because the SPR is just so fucking huge.
Well, if all the money goes in, we're beat. We're not trying to get all in with this hand anymore. Even if
yeah, okay, that's fair.
yeah, this is
Yeah, I think I like a B50 to pot.
okay.
I don't really know
Right.
what the best option is here.
Okay. I'm gonna ask somebody else because I know what I chose, because I know what I did. Anybody else want to make a either check here or a different size than B50 to pot? Anybody? Okay, just me. I want to go small here. And
What's your argument for small?
my argument for small is that there are not a lot of kings out here. The second king makes it less likely. The checks behind make it less likely. The check in front makes it less likely. Not a lot of kings out here. Therefore, I'm trying to get called by a 7, a 4, an ace. I mean, I don't, I worry, the small opens me up to the singleton diamond, but I'm not going to lose that big a pot to a singleton diamond. I'm just going to, I'm not going to, I'm going to let it happen. And I don't have the best diamonds here. I don't always have the best hand here. I usually do in this action. So I want to bet small to get called by a lot of garbage because I have a lot of garbage crushed.
And you also want to, it sounds like you also want to pot control.
Right. And the good stuff that, the good stuff that Beastmere has a lot of equity is going to call the bigger bet anyway. I want to keep in the shit because I expect to get everyone to fold here. I mean, except for maybe Ian if he's got something. So I just bet 15. I get a call. I get a fold, and I get a call.
No diamond.
No diamond. That's all we want. No diamond. And we're gonna
No diamond, no king.
right. And and no 4 and no 7. Also, 4 and 7, very bad.
Yeah, that's there.
We don't know which is bad, but they're very bad. King is the worst. But when the blank comes, we're gonna bet. I think we're gonna bet pot. I don't think we're gonna bet tiny. I think we got our value from the tiny part. And when the river comes, I think we want.
Yeah, I think that's now we're just gonna focus on the top of range.
On the higher part of because we have two people in.
Yay.
Deuce. So yeah, I'm thinking 100. 100 seems like a nice round, easy number. Right? 100.
Do you? Oh, okay. Never mind.
So what is he representing here when he donks 145? So 145 paired board. He's representing deuces is what he's representing.
Yeah.
I think we call. We did not raise.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. We have seen in donk, turns, and rivers, we have seen them always be strong.
Oh, right there. Sorry.
We do not think that this is a bluff.
Yeah, but we're beating value.
We think that this could be a king, right?
Yeah.
Could be. We could beat value. Now, what about a flush?
So
Feels weird.
trappy flush.
Feels weird for a flush.
It feels very strange. It feels like it would have to be a very trappy flush that he'd overlit.
Yeah.
Does he have a raising range pre?
Yes. Very, very small. He has done it.
Um,
I would say his raising, I would estimate his raising range as 5% of hands.
and he bet pot.
And by the way, his raising range also includes not just the best hands. He has raised like to 2x an 8-4 offsuit, just to mix it up how he plays.
Does he have a pre-flop three betting range?
I don't remember if I've ever seen him do it.
Okay.
Larry, this is a B145.
Thank you. P145. Yeah, I don't know how we fold a flush here.
This isn't
I
over.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think. I mean, you know your you KYC know your customer very very well here.
Right.
So maybe we make a exploit fold, but I don't think I could try to fold him.
It took me 10 seconds to decide that I'm never raising.
Yeah, that's
Good.
that's easy.
But it did take me at first. I mean, I thought a little bit about raising it for a second. And then I thought, no, I'm never raising this. So I got that far.
Do you see anything about the player behind you?
Good
You're good at
question.
that.
I did I look? Let me see if I have a note on looking. I don't remember looking. I think I may have been so hung up on my hand that I didn't look, which I should have. No, I don't have a note.
Yeah.
I don't have a note.
Oh no! I just saw your note.
I don't have a note.
Oh, the spoiler.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, I thought for a while, my main thought was first deciding never to raise. And then I thought, do I fold? And I went, this could be a king. This would be a king that was waiting to make sure that a fourth diamond didn't come off. I call. King deuce. So he did not bet or raise his trips on the turn. He was willing to
Very
let trip
strange.
go this way. He didn't do it till he filled up with a full house. Later in a hand that I had when he did some huge bet and got called, it's like, of course it's a full house. How is it not a full house, people? What are you thinking? You've already seen the
So
back
yeah,
trick.
this is just really strange. I mean, this is the danger, but we can't argue there's an inherent danger in the pots, and they just don't have any clarity as to ranges.
And you guys that play live, is there any like indication as to like I was going to ask you, Scotty, like you were going to bet, right, if he checks?
Yeah.
And there was 100 in the middle. And I was going to ask you, do you slide out a big stack of red chips, or do you put out a single 100? And is there any?
I would have absolutely put out a single 100 without thinking about why. That's what I would have done.
Okay. There's no like
evaluate.
there's more chips, therefore it's I don't know, some
There are
weird
things like-
psychological
Yeah,
thing.
scary.
I can
Yeah.
explain a little bit about it that I do not practice, which is if you want your opponent to be easily able to know the size of the pot so that you are either because you have a value hand and you want him to know that he's getting really good odds for your bet, you want to bet the large chips so it's easy to count the pot. You don't want there to be a mound of red chips. You want there to be 3 white chips. So it's obvious when you put in a white chip, you're betting quarter pot. And Bart Hansen calls that spiking the pot, chip spiking,
Yeah.
to make it easy for him to see. Therefore, I suppose the opposite is true if you want them to not have a sense of what's in the pot because you're going to do some exploitative sizing, then you would want to bet your red chips. So it's just a mound of chips and it's hard to tell.
Yeah, wow. And so what did Ian do? Did he slide out a big stack or did he just put
He
out
bet
like
145 he bet 100 and probably 2 20s and probably a 5 or maybe 100, a 20 and the other ones. But also the dealer will always tell you what the size is.
right, yeah.
So, but it was 100 and once I decided I was never raising, I called relatively quickly. So I thought for a while with it, I called. When I called, he says, that's what you get for slow playing. And And I think to myself, yes, I get to lose 160 instead of a lot more. Because if I had played it actively, he would have called the flop with a king, called with it here, and the pot would have been very big by the time we get to this, right? What I did say was, yeah, but you would have called on the flop anyway. And he says, yeah, I guess that's true. What I should have said was nothing.
Yep.
Sure. Should have been
Or,
like, good job.
yeah, or a better thing because he is both, he is a friend and I want to be friendly to, it's two things. I like him as a person, you know, off the table. I
Well,
like
and
it.
also you have a great admiration for his poker skill.
Yeah. So, because, but you know, there's the thing of being nice to people who are putting money into the poker economy. So I should like him for that reason, but I like him just as a person, you know, off the table. Um, so ignoring him and saying nothing is kind of impolite in that moment.
Yeah, that's valid.
But what I should have said for poker reasons was I should have said, yeah, I screwed up.
Yeah, I see your point.
So nothing is the right answer in terms of don't tell people your thought process there. That's what this is for, not what that's for.
Yeah, I just shrug.
Yeah. Shrugging is good and all like that. But if I had to say anything, the correct answer was, yeah, I screwed up. The worst
Nice.
answer was, yes, I got to, was this one, this snotty answer that also talks about strategy and puts something out there. And I at least stopped myself from saying that.
Oh, you didn't say it. That's good.
I didn't. What I did say is, yeah, but you would have called on the flop anyway.
I'm
Like,
gonna step away. I'll be right.
yep. So there you go.
But
Moving
yeah,
on,
if it's a friend, that makes sense.
and we are 2 hands away from being done. Uh, Ian never bluffs is what we've decided. He could have trips, things, you know, here, but he doesn't bluff. And I didn't bluff the trips on the turn. Didn't bluff or raise the trips on the turn. So let's say this. And then we have a note later in the thing. Later, he bet 100 into a 4 with 2 pair, but it was a 4 flush board. So is that a bluff? So yes, he could have bluffed. He could have been betting trips for value here. He didn't. He could have, since if he's willing to bet 2 pair into a 4 flush board. This happened later and I didn't notice it.
100? Oh
So
my gosh.
don't raise the river, obviously. But do I ever fold? Question. My answer was fuck no. Some of you may get a better answer.
Maybe it's a tilt bet. Is there 2 pair? That
Could have been just frustrated with that. All right, here we go. This is the last hand that I played in this session. And then we have one that I'll do tomorrow. Okay, tribute to Joe. We have a tribute to Joey. This is the last hand of the session. I am leaving. I'm in the straddle. Am I leaving? No, not last. This is the last hand I played of the session. I know that this is my last round. So limp, raise to 20, ace 5 offsuit in the straddle. What would you like to do?
Isn't that a fold?
Sure. It's a fold if you think of this as a limp and an ISO. But what if this was just a raise? What's ace 5 offsuit in the straddle versus a button raise?
I would think that probably mixes, but
It mixes some raising.
and well,
Actually, ace
in a
five.
single blind or in a like normal blind game, it would, you know, call and raise and fold probably, or probably never fold. But here, I don't know with these.
You think of it as
extra-
it's similar unless this guy's, you know, if this guy had a tighter raising range because of the people behind, but he doesn't. They haven't made that adjustment. So against the 2 blind, you know, against a regular 2, you don't fold any offsuit ace. And the ace 5 has some raises.
Yeah, there's the limp.
Oh. Dang, that's really polarized.
This is, doesn't this look, value?
It's weird.
Uh,
It's usually in position, right? You polarize, but big
out
blind,
of position,
I do
out
see
of
that a
position,
lot.
out of position, you polarize more than in position.
So do you think the limper ahead of you makes this still kind of accurate and or even maybe make you want to three bet more?
I think that the limper behind me makes me want to three bet or fold more.
Three bet or fold.
Yeah. I think it makes it a worse call.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Now, if you assume the limper is going to call, which he's going to, then you could think of this more like a regular big blind complete. You know, I mean, small blind complete hand, because that's the amount you have to put in, and ace five does complete. So you could think of it that way. But that's against this guy's limping range. This guy, it is a raise, so it's a little stronger than limp, 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 limp. What would you do in the big blind? I mean, in the small blind, the half blind, you'd complete with ace five. So this range is a little bit better than that, but he doesn't go for a full on ISO. So is this because he definitely wants this guy in and that this is super strong being a small ISO? Is that what you think it is? Or do you think it's
I don't know. Yeah, I would tend just tend to fold here, but yeah, I mean maybe you're right. Maybe you just
okay?
three bet more.
Okay. Now, this guy is not or is. Let's see if this is our GTO expert. Let's see if this is our GTO expert. He's sitting in the seat where the GTO expert was, but I think the GTO expert has left since then. GTO expert has left, so he's not there. That's not him.
So he's just an unknown.
Right. I believe the GTO expert left broke. I'm not sure. I just want that to be true. I'm not sure if it is. So yeah, it's a relatively unknown player. And so my decision was, this seems a little fish-like, not fishy. Fishy meaning I'm worried about what it is. Instead, this just seemed like a little bad.
Yeah, like a bad player making a raise.
Like a bad player making a bad raise with a hand that he doesn't want to raise bigger.
Yeah.
This just felt like this represents the strength of his hand. Could be
Okay.
wrong,
Yeah. Great. Then that should push you into the three bet.
right? Okay, what size?
80 to 100. 100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
80 minimum.
Yeah. Yeah. Poker coaching exact would be 97. Unless you count, I'm sorry, 87. 97. And maybe you discount the 7 because this goes into the rake. So I don't know if it's counted as quote the pot. I think it isn't. So I made it 100,
Yeah, 100.
100. Nice, easy, 100. Fold, that's the most important thing. Make sure that this is not slow played aces. It isn't usually we have an ace there. We get a call. Not exactly what we wanted. And at this moment, I had decided that I was going to check range. I decided that this was the hand that this was the time I was going to use that strategy. I had decided it.
Well, Scotty, why would you decide that before you see the flop? Because there's many flops where you should be, c betting at a very
Right.
high frequency, and many flops where you should be checking range. Why did you
Right.
decide?
This was a mistake.
Okay.
I shouldn't have done that. There was no reason to do that. If I looked at the board and decided to check range, the same reason as I shouldn't say check dark. I shouldn't give him the information that it's even that.
Yeah.
Right. But I had decided it. And so when the flop came out, I looked right at him. He didn't see me looking right at him because I wanted to see what he thought of the flop. So he came out, I looked at him, and without looking at the flop, I checked. That is what actually happened. The moment I checked, I looked at the flop and I went, oh. Maybe I would have checked this flop anyway. But that is what happened. I checked, he checked behind. By now I've seen the flop. And I thought to myself,
No heart.
well, mainly what I thought to myself was,
What a wonderful world.
maybe I should have looked at the flop first. King of spades. All right.
Yeah,
We're
so,
betting now.
yeah, so your SPR is what? It's 7.
Yeah. And
Got
if it
2 streets.
all goes in, it's a problem.
Okay,
I sometimes have the best hand if it all goes in. If this pot ends up at around 600, I have the best hand. If this pot ends up at 3,000, anyway, I probably don't have the best hand.
so you don't think he's stacking off with ace jack here, ace 9 suited?
I don't think he's always stacking off there. I think I should be worried. And given that he didn't bet the flop, I should be more worried
So
that big. Because
how
also,
often do you, let me ask you
no,
different.
here's a better way to put it. Here's a much better way to put it. The only way for this pot to get that big is for him to raise at some point.
Okay.
And when he
Well,
raises,
you could bet a B150, B150.
I bet 300. He calls, the pot goes to 1,000. Yeah, that's true. I could. If he calls, I think I'm in trouble.
So, all right, so let me ask a different question. How often do you
I
think
do
you
think
have
he might go broke with king 10 though.
Yeah,
That's
true.
that's that.
How often do you think you have the best hand here?
Right at this moment, 90%, 95% of the time. I have the best.
Alright, and there's lots of draws
Mhm.
available. I think we get big size here. I think generally we like big size with 2 pair. We know that.
Right. And we like
Solver
big
loves
size.
big size 2 pair. Solver loves to check raise 2 pair.
And we like big size when it's a double flush board.
Yeah,
We like that.
good point.
And the other thing we don't like big size with completed equity of the queen jack.
That's true.
We don't like that, but that's
You
only
would-
one, but those things work against each other and we go small.
Yeah, I would have used a big size here.
I agree. He calls. Okay. And then just to make the point, we have the best hand.
All right, so now what are you targeting that he's calling with $50? What this $50 is probably, I don't know, maybe
All kings, every king calls.
every king called, every
Every king called, every
every 10
ace,
called.
every ace that didn't like its kicker called.
So you bet 50 into what? 250?
50 into 250. Yeah.
All his 8s and 9s and is 8s and 9s and 7s called.
They all called. All the lowest.
So I think we target top of range here, and you get a B150 here if you want. You get bet 500.
Okay.
Target top of range. I don't know what I mean. Yeah, I mean you could.
Yeah.
Just do the math. How often do you get called? It's like.
Yeah.
Just fucking put it in,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah. Sixes, sevens, and eights are folding anyway. Stop targeting a king, start targeting. Not the remaining 5, which would call huge. That's just not there ever.
What is this, a 3-bet pot?
Yes, this is a 3-bet pot. I 3-bet it.
Oh, you 3-bet out of the blinds.
Out of the blind, yeah.
Yeah,
You check
yeah,
and you check back.
I 3-bet out of the blind and I checked range on the flop. So when check, then on the turn, I bet small. So he's wide here still. So he has lots of.
And he calls.
He calls, yeah, he called the 50. He didn't raise it.
So if he didn't 4-bet, he doesn't have kings. He might have ace king.
Rarely has ace king.
Rarely, yeah. You check, he check back the flop. He doesn't have 10. So his most likely holding, it's like some kind of a draw.
But
Yeah.
then
Flush draws, straight draws, all like that are there.
Like
I don't-
or an ace.
Or a bad ace. A bad ace.
well, we
makes-
can't, it's
No,
not,
you could-
I don't think it's best practice to check here anticipating a bluff bet.
No, it could be ace jack.
Yeah. But ace jack is bad now. Remember, ace jack is ace king.
That's a good point.
But you
That's-
bet.
So all of his
Huh?
kickers, the only kicker that he has that plays is ace king and ace 10.
Yeah, but you didn't bet the flop.
I didn't bet the flop.
But
It's-
you bet
It's par-
you bet the turn, so you could have ace king.
right, I can have ace king.
If
It's
you
part-
check to him, he's most likely gonna check back an ace.
Yep. And a king.
Is he gonna bluff draws? I don't think people bluff draws
Not enough.
on 3-bet pot.
Yep.
So is he folding ace? Cause he could.
There is a size to which he might fold an ace, but his but his bad aces probably are going to be more likely to call for a split pot because of the 5-5 king.
Yeah.
He now
So like
splits with my
even
ace.
ace jack is probably just gonna call if you bet pot, right?
Yeah, ace jack and ace deuce are the same hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I like going.
Other
I
than their
like.
blocker properties.
I like going bigger.
Okay,
I like 500. Yeah, I think 500.
okay.
Like I think if you have a bluff here, what would you bet to get an ace to fold? Like 600?
If I had a bluff here, I would bet.
Like he turned over
500
ace jack.
I know, I'm saying, I'm trying to answer your question. I'm good through. If I had a bluff here, let's say I picked up spades. I would bet 500 to get a king to fold.
No,
yeah.
don't worry about the king. Like worry
Right.
worry
For
about
an
let's
ace,
say yeah, let's
I
say
might not bet, I might not bluff to get an ace to fold here. I might not trust an ace to fold. I might not trust an ace to fold for 600 because of what ace jack would do. Because ace jack
okay.
could say I'm
Then you
splitting.
should then you should 3x pot here then. If you don't trust ace jack to fold, then you like 3x pot or even jam.
No, then I do the thing that I don't trust it to. Remember, you have more confidence not in your play, but you have more confidence in how they play than I do. So I am unsure of whether an ace would fold often enough for it to be profitable, which is different than saying that because he won't fold an ace, I can for value now confidently bet 600 knowing that an ace will call. My error bars, my error bars are wider than that.
Yeah, but both of them can't be true, right? Like if you don't
Yes,
think
they can.
he's
Here's
if
why
you
they
don't
can. Here's how they both can be true. I believe 50% of the people do one thing and 50% of people do the other thing. Or I believe 60-40. That's how they both can be true. That's what I mean by confidence level. So the same guy, knowing how one guy plays, there is a guy out there who will call ace jack for 600. That guy, I should bet 600 now. And when I have a bluff, I should bet 900. There's another guy out there who will fold ace jack for 600, but call 300. That guy, I should bet 300 with my ace 5 and 600 with my jack 6 suited, which I don't have here, but
yeah, but you don't see the
and
thinking
I don't know,
you don't know which
guy
one
is.
you don't know which one he is.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That is not a contradictory.
Yeah, but what's the population tendency? Like if you bet larger here, he's gonna fold ace jack, right?
The larger I bet, the more likely he is to fold his ace jack. I agree. And I think that his pain threshold for ace jack is going to be somewhere around that his pain threshold for ace jack is somewhere around 300 to 600. It's in the 300 to 600 range. That's what I
Yeah.
feel good about for population.
Yeah, I want to go for gold.
Okay.
Like if I don't think he's folding,
Do you
like
want to
I'm
go 3x pot for gold? Because 3x, I
yeah.
think,
if I
3x, I think it's,
if
I
I
think
if I
3x, it
if I
makes
don't
it much
think
easier to make ace
yeah,
jack fold. Because remember, he believes that he is calling to chop
yeah,
and getting only half back. It's a bad bet for him. If he thinks he can win with ace jack, but he thinks he's chopping ace jack.
I don't think there's a small bet here. It's just how big how big. Like it doesn't matter like if we're bluffing or
Right.
yeah, that's way too small.
Okay.
And he folded.
He folded.
So
He
he
folded.
probably just has a draw.
He probably has spades or hearts or a jack or pocket sevens or eights or nines that
Like
weren't
7-8 of hearts, 7-8 of like spade or some dumb shit like that.
pocket sixes. Pocket sixes called one small bet.
You think?
Maybe. Sure. Look at how small that is. 15 to
Doubt it.
67. Pocket sixes, maybe. Maybe one.
In a 3-bet pot?
Maybe. No. Remember, I checked the flop.
So if that's the thought, then like if we had a bluff here, the actual correct bluff size is don't bluff them off of an ace, just bluff them off of an
Of all the garbage that you can bluff him off for 200.
yeah, like not even 200 because the pot is like a 3, right?
Yeah.
It might even be just like 75, 100.
Might be. We again, we only know that he did fold to 250. We don't know what he would have done to 50. And we don't know what he would have done with a different hand, and we don't know his hand. But yep.
Yeah, he most likely doesn't have an ace.
Yeah. And that was the end of the live session.
Good session today.
Yeah.
Took that long?
So, you know what? Why don't we do it again on Friday? What do you want to talk about on Friday?
Let's see. We did the small bets.
Have we exhausted being the 3-better out of position?
I mean, we can always do more of it, but I think it's time to do something else.
All right, what would you like to do?
Let's do single raised pot out of position versus button calls.
I'll repeat that again.
That's my favorite.
Various, low jack, hijack, cutoff versus button calls.
So playing out of position in SRP.
Yeah, playing out of position SRP. What do you think?
I think that's always a good subject.
Okay.
Especially how we adjust to the wide ranges that we experience versus solver.
Sounds good. Oh, Skate's here. Hey, Skate.
Skate.
Hey. I didn't even see you there.
Yeah, I'm here. I came a little bit late, as always.
All right. I am almost ready to hit the button. Let me do it this way. I'm going to prep it. So here we go. Go. Here we go. All right. Anything you want to say to the group, Skate?
Sure. I want to say that thank you, everyone, for joining today. And may the poker gods be with thee forever and always.